at the Meri Atelier, and it is Sunday evening. Welcome to my desk. I hope that you've all had a good weekend. I did. Yesterday was very busy for me. Those postcards that I did Friday night, they got sent Saturday morning. Yay! Today was a very busy day for me, though. We had my grandniece played in a basketball tournament today, so we went to watch her play, and they won both the games that they played in. They play again tonight in an hour. So I'm cheering her on. Go Ashton. And she did pretty good. She usually stands under the hoop and retrieves the balls because she's so tall. But she made a couple baskets, I think. So we're cheering her on. Of course, I was in the gym, and I don't understand because there was two teams playing at the same time. One on this side of the gym and one on this side, which was fine. And we sat over here. Well, there was a buzzer and a time clock here and a buzzer and a time clock over here. But you would think that the time clock over here would go to this side and the time clock over here would go to this side. But no. The time clock over here goes to this side and the time clock over there goes to that. It confused me. And for the longest time, I'm going, when they had a timeout, the clock kept running. I'm going, turn the clock off, turn the clock off. I was looking at the wrong scorecard, this scoreboard. Oh, well. I got straightened out. Welcome to my desk. This is Sunday evening, and that means that I do the Doodle deck that I'm doing, and I'm doing week 5. I've been organizing my deck cards here. These are mostly, I think, from week 4, which was last week. I've already have enough cards out to do week 5, so I don't need to cut them. So let me get over here and welcome folks in. Oh, it's going to be a busy week for me this week. How about you guys? And it was warmed up. My brother, bless his heart, got my car out of the backyard where all the snow was. Ryan Hall says the weather's about to be very different. Oh, that's interesting. Let me go to my channel and let's see. I want to welcome you all in. I got some sleep last night. I found this tea and it seems to be helping me. It's called Nighty Night Tea. And they tell you not to drink it, not to drive if you drink it. Oops, I'm in the wrong. There you are. Let me set things up here. Hello, hello, hello. Let me set my chat filter to all messages and set my quality up. And we'll get that out of the way for a little bit anyway. Advanced 1080. Hi, Becky. Hi, Mina. Hi, Renee. Welcome, ladies. Welcome, welcome. And if you're up in the balcony, hi, Melody. Welcome in if you're in the balcony or you're watching the replay. That's quite all right, too. You're very welcome to do that. I'm doing this Doodle deck because, yeah, I think it's going to make a fun. In fact, I was thinking if I get through, this will probably be all I do tonight because it generally takes me all night to do 5 cards. I give 5 prompts every Sunday night now, and I'm building quite a little deck here. So I'm pretty excited to get these done. But I was thinking if I get done tonight, what I'll do is maybe just go back to my links because I have all my links in my, yeah, I have them on my phone, on my other phone. And I might just pull some from previous, like that Tree of Life one that we looked at, I think it was last week, has all sorts of darling little animals on it. So, but we're going to do week 5 tonight, the prompt I pulled. And if I get to it, I'm going to work on the scavenger hunt. I think I'm ready for letter E. I think we did D in here someplace. A, B, C. Well, I think I started a new. I don't know. This is going to be my January, and January's about over with, my January journal. D is here someplace. I might have another page across the way. I never find these when I want them. I should put them in a kit. So also, let's get the cards. Let's get things off my desk so that I can actually do some stuff. Keep those out. I wanted to show you that scavenger. Oh, there's my other. Yeah, it's on the one I had drying out. I put a book over it, and it's pretty flat. Here's Dian, and we did the tissue paper one. And this is really, I was really curious to see how that glue was going to dry. And it dried pretty nice. My page is a little, I guess it'll still work. So we're ready for E. I might have to turn this and trim a little of this off here. We're ready for E, and I might sew a little tonight. We'll see. But I don't know if I'll even get to those. So we're going to do the doodle deck tonight. Let me welcome folks in. Joyce and Renee. I want to say a special thank you to Lageria. She gave me a wonderful PayPal. And we're going to Lincoln on Thursday, and I'll get to Barnes & Noble and Michael's, which I haven't been there for 7 years, you guys. So I'm going to take some of that. And I'm going to, whenever I get a nice sum of money, and she was very generous to me. I mean, it wasn't exceedingly generous, but it was a generous amount. And I want to thank you so much for that, Lageria. Bless your heart. I just hope your art cart gets blessed. If she's listening, she works, so I don't know. She might be at work. I have no idea. But bless her heart. But I'm going to, whenever I get something like that, I like to buy something that will last me a long time. Like I bought a watercolor set with a gift certificate that Meri too had gifted me, and I still have that watercolor set, and I'm still using it, and I love it. It's the complexion one. So I'm thinking about what I want to get with it, but I'll let you know Friday morning. But I will not be streaming Thursday morning. So if maybe Becky or somebody else who streams wants to hop in at 4:30 in the morning, go to it. Also, let's cover our bases. February 4th coming up here is the sale that lovely Malia and Crafting Mamas are hosting, a sale of art stash and art items for 100% of the proceeds will go to Janet Baum to help support her and let her know we love and care for her. Her husband passed away. So this is just support from the community. I want to thank Shelley and Malia for stepping in and doing this. It is a lot of work to coordinate all of that. And that's going to happen this coming Sunday, February 4th at 12 p.m. Eastern on Crafting, Crafting Mama's channel, which is Shelley. And it might also happen on Malia's channel, but the post that I'm reading is Shelley's, and I don't know if they're going to trade off back and forth. We'll let them handle that part. But watch for it at 12 p.m. And then on February 7th, which is next Wednesday, the following Wednesday after next Sunday, not this coming Wednesday, it's the following Wednesday, February 7th, is Raul and Jasper are hosting a Valentine zine collab video, premiere video, and it's like a hop, sort of. He's got a link to it on his community tab. I mean, not a link, but a post on it is showing who's participating. So I was going to make Valentine's this weekend, but it never got done, or Valentine's zines. But I have in my head what I want to do. So between now and next weekend, I hope to get my zines completed. I have it in my head, and I have to tell you, I have ideas probably for 10 different ones. So yeah, Valentine's Day is coming up on the 14th, and February 7th is the zine hop. Or it's not a hop, it's a collab, premiere collab. It's sort of like a hop. I don't think he puts out links. He just puts out what he calls a poster, and it's just the time and what channels. So in that sense, it's not really a hop because you don't have links to hop to, but they're premieres. So he would have to gather all of he would have to gather all of that ahead of time. And if it's anything like me, it'll get done and scheduled at the last minute. Oh. So, hi Mina, hi Marguerite, hi Pam. Welcome in. Hi Roy. Roy says, come to Janet's auction. Bring your wallet and see me live for the first time. Oh yeah, Roy. If I can figure out the StreamYard. Well, unless you are signing on to StreamYard, if you're going in with Lovely or Leah or Shelly, if you're just going in as their guest, all you have to do is click the join and they accept you in, almost like a Zoom, only it's a live stream. You know, they'll send you an invite and then you just join in. I can't do it because of my technical setup. My phones just do not like StreamYard. They just ask some of the ones who've been there. They make strange buzzing and ringing and audio. It's just the audio does not work. And I've tried everything. I've tried muting it. Well, I can't mute everything because I have to hear what's going on. But with these newer phones, they do not have the earbud port. So I can't mute. But even then, even before all of that, I mean, I can't, what do I want to say? I can't just plug and I do not use Bluetooth. I do not use those AirPod things. Just syncing that stuff up through Bluetooth is not for me. So when I listen to videos, I listen to sound as it's playing. My brother's deaf, so he hears very little of what's going on. So Roy's going to go live for the first time. Roy, you'll do a good job. You have a wonderful sense of humor. Roy used to be a school teacher, so he's very good at teaching and instructing, although this is a sale, so hopefully he's as good with selling as he is with. But Roy does a lot of fabric art. He does quilting. He makes these bags. He's done all sorts of things. He used to be in when we had Fourth Art Saturday. I think you participated just about in every one of those, Roy, and I loved his intros. I'd laugh at him every time. So Marguerite's here, Melody's here, Renee, Becky popped in, Mina, Joyce. Have I got everybody? So let's get a start on this right away. I think I'm going to use my Sharpie to draw with. And the first thing that I give out is the search bar. So if you want to, and this search is the open access library. Let me get out my prompts here. Hold on. I have to get to the notepad. Doodle Deck Challenge 128. I should put week 5 on here. But what we're going to do, what I'm going to put in my my chat box here is and I have to come out here to YouTube and switch accounts to my channel. I want to thank you all for subscribing. If you're a new subscriber, thank you for subscribing. And wait, let me turn the sound down. Okay, video plays very soon. Well, We got to get through the ads here. There's top messages. Let's change the chat filter to all messages and get rid of the ads. And this first link that I'm putting in is a link to the search itself, and it'll take you to the open access collection at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Hold on. Now it's right where I need to come down one. See, I just get that much, just a line to put in my space, and I don't think it's, oh yeah, it might let me here. Whoops. It has to go right in between the K and the H. Right there. Because no matter if I put in double space bars or double spaces, it just clicks those two together. I have to go in and manually put in a... All right. So let me click on this and show you. It will... I don't want to time myself out. It will go right to the open access library, to the search, and it'll give you pages and pages. Like this happens to be the first one, which is a good one. This is a ceiling design in the Moorish style. And I always click on that and go in and look for the little square box with the OA in it, which stands for Open Access Public Domain. Then I know that it is something in the public domain that I can use. And then you can click on the picture itself and expand it or save it down. There would be some interesting doodles on this. This is a new one to me. I got my links last night. And that's the other thing I like about it. They don't show the same thing every day that I've logged in anyway. All the images are fresh in a new sort for me. And I really do appreciate that. And then I just zoom down and look at the different ones, seeing what, now I've seen this carriage several times, but it isn't like it was yesterday and today and tomorrow. It's, it just shows up a lot. But most of the things that I look at are fairly new. I'm going to go clear to the bottom here because I like to repeat this from week to week. Clear at the bottom. When you get, I think I've got it set up to scroll 50 images right here. You can go, when you first pop in, you can go to 5 pages. And I'm on the 5th page now because I hit 5. But if you go to the bottom of page 5 and try to go to the next 5, you can't. You can only go to the next 2. So if you wanted to go from 5 to 200, you'd have to do it by 2s. That's the one thing I don't like about it. But hey, beggars can't be choosy. And I just love, there's just thousands and thousands of images here. And I'm having all sorts of fun. Now let me go back and we'll pick the first one, which happens to be a panel. And we'll do some doodles off of it. I'm going to go pretty fast here. I'm going to put the link in chat. Joyce is saying hello to everybody out there. This phone is weird because that keyboard sometimes covers up my chat bar. Paste. And then I need to put a space right. Well, oops. Between the L and the P. I mean the L and the H. Space bar. I think I got it. So this is the first one that we're going to look at. Welcome to everybody who's come in. And it's a panel. And it's really kind of cool. I thought that I would pick these because we've done leaves. I thought I'd pick these kind of star-like leaves, but they also have kind of a wide cross-hatching around them. And they're set into sort of an oval area here. I thought I would do this. Now I do hit the save here. I might have to go out one. Let's look at it again here. Wait, I keep removing myself. When you go in here and read about it, it's French, so I can't some sort of a panel. I can't speak that in French. I can't even say atelier in French. So, but you can read all about it. These they're made up of glass. These glass panels may have originally decorated one of the chapels at the Chateau de Beauvais, which was which was built by King Philip Augustus. And it gives all the details of the work here. I'm not going to read it all off. And then when you scroll down to the bottom, now I see this one being repeated again. Sometimes it repeats them clear across, but look, they have different, well, these first two are the same, but look at this one. It's got a different center. They manipulated a little. But on a lot of them, these pictures down at the bottom are different, but they're showing different views of, I think, of this same panel on this page. And sometimes they do that. Now I'm going to click on this because I find that if I save the image in my library, let's open it up in my library, in my gallery, it doesn't float around on me as I'm working. And I want to work on, let's bring it down here. I want to work on this panel in an oval on this. Now let's click on, I want to work on this area here. And it's very muted as far as the colors. I got a little, maybe a little light green, yellowish, olive green color in there and black and white. And it might even be a diluted green, it looks like, or diluted tan. It's glass. So I'm just going to, I don't have to cut my cards. So actually, those lines are pretty thick and black, aren't they? Those lines are pretty black. Do I have my black? We're going to use both my pens. We'll make the leaves with my Sharpie pen because the leaves in here are just kind of pointed leaves, and it looks like it's got some splatter in there. I don't know if I'll splatter or not because I could splatter on it, but this is very simple. We're going to start out. Actually, I'm going to do the outline of it and then I'll come back with my thicker piece here, my thicker marker. But I got to get it placed on here. Shall I zoom in a little? Let me zoom in just a teeny bit, if I can. And welcome in to everybody who's come in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope that you all have had a good weekend. I got my postcard sent out. I'm so proud of myself. But Dee Dee caught me last Friday night. She said, Meri, you said you weren't going to have any more giveaways. What are you doing? I'm going, oops, I forgot. I forgot I said that, Dee Dee. But I did say that. I said I wasn't going to have any more giveaways. But I thought, well, how cool it would be to do some postcards. And I got my mailing out on Friday morning, I think. The boxes that were going to Shelley. And she'll get them in plenty of time to sell them. And I was so proud of myself that I actually got my mail out. Now this could come up a little bit further. We might change that line. And on this, I'm going to expand it. What can I expand it? No, that's as far. Let me swipe this. If you look at this close up, you can see it's got a sharp point there, which is I did right here. But this one here, I think they meant it to be sharp, but it's a little more roundy. So it's going to come off this way, and then I'm just going to kind of make a little roundy thing there. It's not quite sharp. And these leaves are sharp. Sharp. I don't know if they were meant to be oak leaves or what, but they're very stylized. And this can actually be wider. And when you're doodling like this, and if you're working in pen, it's okay. It's okay to, scribble your lines on there. Now it has a line coming up the center here, kind of up in here, and coming out that way and over this way. And it has a little line, little circle at the bottom there. And then this, I'm going to bring out and expand it a little bit more. And believe it or not, that'll all fall into the background once I get working. So this actually comes and curves a little bit more. And then there's this big bar. Stained glass has those iron bars in there to hold it's glass. So I'm thinking that it's stained glass. But look at how wide this white is, and then it gets narrow in here. There's a little black something or other there. That's the edge of the panel. I'm not going to put that black in there. So it kind of comes like that, and then it gets wider up here and comes up to a point, and then because I got out of it, let's see if I can get back into the gallery. Come on. Recent. Screen print, this one. It's this one here. I guess I kind of cut it off, or it cuts it off. But I'm just going to imagine that it comes down this way. And let me go back to the link and look at it in here. Yeah, see, this actually has another one. This is a big black line. And this actually has that center coming off over this way. But it has another piece kind of coming that way and coming down like this. And it kind of comes in and does a little, I'm looking at this area in here. It does a little clover type leaf in there that I'm going to just kind of get mine in. And then over on this side is the edge of the panel. And they called these castles, these little weird shapes in there, they called them castles, I think. And I'm just going to make a bar there. I don't know if I want to put those in or not, but this shape, I think, tries to come up this way, like this, and that black piece in there, I'm not putting that black in there. And then there's a shape coming this way, and there's another shape kind of going off like that. That's really the top part. Now I'm going to bring this, what I really like, skipping this area here with all the castles, I like these bars over here. And I think that's what I'm going to do on mine. I'm not going to put those castles in there. Because it's just a doodle. You can do what you want with it. And then there are little kind of really pretty little bars in there. And they're variegated colors. Because I want to say it's stained glass, but I'm not really sure. I'd have to go back and read it. It looks like a stained glass window. And so, stained glass has variegation in there. Almost looks like it's done with walnut ink. So I'm just sketching them in. Now we're going to do the bottom. I skipped this whole area right here. I don't like that area. So we're going to go back to this. Whoops. Go back to my library. We're going to go back to the bottom piece here. And we're going to bring it way down. Bring this down. Yeah. And I kind of have to get a feel where things go here. And then this other leaf comes, it's got a nice point here, like that, like this. And see, they did mean on this one, both those ends are pointed. On this one, it kind of rounds itself. I got it kind of pointed in there. And it comes up and it touches that bar. I'm going to do that bar black again. It touches that bar. And it does the little pointy things here and here. And then it has the, now I have to be careful because, let's see, I think I need this. This comes down into here like so, and it catches it there. And then this comes around and it makes that oval. As you can see, this one is overlaying. This bar comes over this one. So that's what I'm going to do. It comes over it like that. And then this one comes down this way. Kind of studying this. And then it has the line in there and a line going this way and that way. And it has splatter. Now what's interesting is it has all these little crossy hatches in there. And they're not all perfect, as you can see, because there's white in there, kind of the light probably hitting it. They're probably perfect if you could look at them close up, but the way the light hits it, they're just kind of like little, there's little smears in there, I want to say. So I'm not going to put every line in. Just kind of cross hatch it here. Something like that. And well, it actually right up to the leaf, it kind of, you can kind of see it. And then, and it's very mottled in here. You can see like they looks like they splattered it. Let's put some more in here. And this will look nice once I get the dark lines in there. And you can kind of see it in here, the little cross hatching. And a little bit going on in here. And let's see. I have this line here, so that, so in here. And then it gets really light up in here, and you can see more of the splatter up in there. I see a few little light cross hatches in there. And I'm not going to put very many in. I'm just going to, and actually they go, these here go diagonally for some reason, which pleases Meri. Something like that. And then that's my blown up one. Let's go back to the internet one. Over here, now I'm doing, touched it wrong. Grr. Yeah, jump back in that. You know, I've got to go back to the link. Where's my link? Right here. If I touch this wrong, it messes it up. I'm going to expand it. What I was going to say is this cross-hatching, kind of a little in here, not too much because it's pretty white, but it's really darker over here. I've never really seen cross-hatching on a glass panel. Maybe you guys have. Cross-hatching. There's definite cross-hatching going on in there, which makes me wonder if it's more of a, oh, not stained glass, but a different technique of doing the glass. I'd have to read about it. And look, there's this center here is really kind of looks like a red leaf going on in there, a leaf shape. And then there's a dark blue line, and then there's sort of a center flower. That part's really pretty. That's the only color on this whole. Well, no, there's some, because it's repeated down below. Then if you look at this in its total, what I've done here, and I didn't finish it over here, I need to finish this. What I've done here is just one side of a four-sided shape. You know, that this shape is repeated sideways here, and repeated there, and repeated upside down over here, and sideways up, you know. So here and there. So let's see, I want to, it's interesting because they have, let me go, well, I don't think I brought the whole, did I bring the whole thing down to my library? It floats around on me so much. I don't have everything down here. Let me go back to, if you look at this close up, yeah, close up in here, look, there's this white frame going there, and then they've got this white area here. I think they meant that to be the rest of this, because I don't see that repeated over here. This is kind of an odd shape, which kind of, when you're doing this and you're studying the designs and everything, you'll see things that look out of place. It's kind of odd. It almost looks like they wanted to repeat this circle coming here, but it's awfully white. And it doesn't make sense. I think because, see, this circle here repeats this circle, but they've got another white area there. That doesn't belong there. I'm sorry. Maybe it broke, the window broke in there and they patched it or something. So I'm not going to put it in there. I'm actually going to bring this, because it kind of comes down. This area here kind of swoops down, and I'm going to angle it a little bit more because I'm not doing that white. So I want this to kind of, I'm angling it down a little bit more. And then this area comes down this way, and then it kind of meets in here and kind of comes like that, and then there's a shape that comes up this way, and then there's more cross hatching going on in here. I am right in there, and there is actually a little, sort of a little leaf shape in there. I don't know what to call that because it's kind of rounded. I'm just going to kind of put it in like that, and it kind of falls into that because I don't want to do everything cross-hatched there. Put in some cross-hatching in there. Now, I'm pretty happy with this, and there's more cross-hatching going on in here. I'm just going to put quick lines. Now, what this will really do is when I get the black on there, let's go back on the top over here and see what's going on up in here. See, this carries on. Let's see, this actually carries on this way. And there's some shapes in here. I'm in these shapes. There's a weird shape there, and they might have meant it to be a leaf. But I'm gonna leave it and just do some cross hatching, and maybe I'll bring a dark line there, do some cross hatching in there just to fill this in. Some quick lines here. I've never really have seen cross hatching on a stained glass window, and then this obviously has to. And so that's my, oh, look at what's down in here. There's another one of those weird shapes going on there. It looks like an ice cream cone in there. I suppose they mean it to be some sort of a flower or something. I'm just going to make it a shape like that because there's that cross hatching in there. Do it really fast here. So it's cohesive. And this area comes down, maybe some cross hatching in there. And I'm doing this pretty fast because I'm just doodling. I'm not trying to draw. Now let's put the black lines in there, and that will really change a lot. Bring that down. I'm out on the web, so we're going to put a big dark line going this way, and we're going to carry it clear on up to the top, and we could even make it extra thick. And this is the area that they had in black. I'm going to put cross hatching in there. And then these lines where they're black, but they're not quite as big and thick and dark as the lines defining it. So I'm doing a couple. And then there's this big black bar going across. And let's actually color that in. And then there's a line going up this way and this way. Now, can you tell me on here where I made mistakes? Tell me where I made all my mistakes. I said they'd fall into the background, and they certainly have. I know I made some mistakes, but most of the untrained eye is not going to see, oh, Meri, you goofed there. Well, they might. What did you mean to do there? Now, this line is big and thick, and this line has to be thicker. And that big, thick, dark line carries all the way down. All the way down. And then this line, inner one, it's dark, but it's not as thick. And then these lines are not as thick either. Just kind of, in fact, they're pretty thin, but I'm going to do them with the fat brush. And let's see, it comes out this way. And then we have this, I skipped that black space where all the little stylized castles were and went out to the border. And put in the border in there. Now I could mix up some watercolor and spray on this, and in fact I might, because this is all done in permanent ink. And so the watercolor will not move. Okay, this comes this way. And there's a line here, a line there. I find it really fun to study these different pieces of art that are in the public domain at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. I am just convinced. We think that we're so, I'm going to say, up-to-date, modern today. But I'll tell you, those artists in the days gone by, they were artists. You can't dismiss their art if you get to studying it. Like I said, I've never seen cross hatching on a. Now I'm assuming, I have to go back and read, that this is a stained glass, but it just says it's a glass panel. So I'm thinking that it was a glass panel window, but it may not be. I'd have to go back and read about it. I didn't read the whole piece. Now, this meets a piece in there, and I need to do some cross hatching in here, just some quick lines to darken that area. And I'm very happy with that. I'm pretty happy with it. Now there's some modeling in here. Let's get out let's see if I could have some dirty colors here, because this is fairly dirty. Let me see. What did I do with Becky's? I want Becky's set here. Where did I put it? Here. Let's see, I might have some in the lid of that. I'm keeping the tube watercolor that Becky sent me. And let's get some water out here. So you don't have to use markers to do these. I've been doing them with my super tips, but I just put a little water in there because I don't want a whole lot of, I just want enough to wet my brush. And let's see what I have in here. Oops, it's upside down. I'm going to have to mark the front to this. Yeah, see, I put that tray, so I already have color on here. And I really like, these are Winsor Newton Cotman colors in the tubes. Bless your heart, Becky. And if you could see how thick these are very pigmented colors. There's nothing about this that's, well, it's washed out a little in here, but I can get a lot of color off of what's happening. And I'm thinking this green, or maybe that green there. So let's just grab, I don't think I need to squeeze any out. I think, because I just want a tonal value in there. Let's set this up here for now. And I'm going to do some splatter, but later I want to maybe even use a soft brush here. And I'm just going to drip my brush, and I'm going to go for this first because it looks like, oh, I got the black in there. Let's add some of that green. There, I think I'm getting the color I want here. I got black on my brush, but let's try it up in here. Yeah, see, I'm just getting kind of a muted color in there, kind of a muted green. I don't want it to be ultra, what do they call that? Phthalo green. I don't want that. And I'm just kind of darkening the area in here. And it actually darkens in here too, kind of a, I almost want to say a light green. And I'm mixing a little of this. I think that's a brownish color, but it seems to lighten it up for me. And this one up here, a little bit darker. And down in here. Some going on there, in here. Almost a grayish color. Now it's very white in there. And this actually all gets, let's try just some regular gray. I don't have a white squeezed. I don't think there was there a white? There might have been a white in there. I want almost a gray color for this up in here. I'm just going to darken the areas around in here. And let's grab that greenish color again. Up in here. Over here. And I don't know if you guys are seeing, yeah, I think you are a little. Now, I want to splatter, and I really want to splatter a gray. So I'm going to take this and, whoops, let's see, I want my, I got it out, did I not? My brush, did it roll away on me? Oh, here it is, right, it's hard for me to see. I'm going to dip my brush in the water here and get it a little wet, and I'm just going to pull off of my tray here, and let's see if I can. I think the splatter's actually coming off of my big brush, which is okay. I don't think I'm getting what I want off of here. Try it with my finger. There we go. Oh yeah, it's working for me. I'll hold it up so you guys can, whoops, it's almost too much. Let me get a towel. Now, I call these doodles because I work them pretty fast. And actually, they are kind of doodles in a way. But I'm mimicking this window, part of this stained glass window. Let me just grab all of this. And I want to get some more splatter on there. Come on. Grab some of that green maybe and right in there. All right, I'm going to stop there. Let me wash out my brushes, and then I'll just throw this water in my bucket that I have over across on the other desk. Let me wash. If I don't wash out my brushes, I'll use them again, and then I get whatever I'm doing is dirty. Now that's pretty clean. All right. And now I'm not going to watercolor everything, but this really worked, and all I did was use off of the tin. And now I'll hold that up so you can see it. I'm going to put that tray over across the way to let it dry, and then I'm going to move on to the next one. I'm just going to let that air dry. Let me hold it up. I think you can see it pretty good, though. I'm pretty proud of it. I could have probably got more greenish in there, but that's pretty white. It has a little bit of green going on in there, but I'm not going to pull it off now and just leave it the way it is. So that's my doodle for that. I am curious though, am I in my library or the internet? Uh-oh. What's going on here? What's going on? Google Assistant thinks that I'm talking to it. Let's go out here. And that's a screenshot. Let's go out here and go back one. Hopefully, no, I have to go to chat. Hold on. Where's my chat? Right here. Let me go back into my chat and pull that up. See, my chat goes away. Where's my chat? Have to bring it back. And I notice that does it no matter what device I'm on, so I'm thinking it's a YouTube thing. Hi, Lucia. Did Meri ever get through her broken jewelry? No, I didn't. And I don't know if I'll get to it tonight. It might have to wait till Tuesday morning. I didn't get the broken jewelry done yet. I got all tied up in doing postcards Friday night. Thursday morning, what was I doing Thursday morning? I can't remember. Did I stream? I don't think I streamed Thursday morning. I streamed Friday morning. And Friday morning, I think I worked on, I started some slow stitching. I was showing Becky's bag, and I started some little floral slow stitching, and I never got to the broken jewelry. Hi, Lucia. It's good to see you. Hi, Kitty Jen. Hi, Karen K. You're on the front porch doodling. Karen is in Arizona, so is it warm? We had in the 40s today. My brother got my car out of the snowbanks for me, and I'm going to have to drive it. I'm going to drive it up to Hastings, which is where we do all of our shopping. We'll have the oil changed and the tires checked and everything, because I want to take it to Lincoln. Janet Burgess. Hi, Janet Burgess. Welcome. Pam, Renee, Kitty Jen, Lucia. It's good to see you, Lucia. Roy says, Renee, you are multi-chatting. Oh, Roy, such a sense of humor. He always makes me laugh. Lucia says, Roy, I saw a video on TikTok of someone using embroidery floss for crocheting, and she made clothing, mostly out of granny squares. They were so pretty, and the colors are so vibrant. Boy, I'll bet she's went through a lot of skeins of floss. If she bought little skeins of DMC floss type thing, you could crochet that up pretty fast. How interesting, Lucia. Lucia says, yum, sounds good, Jen. How long did it take to cook? What did Jen cook? She cooked a ham in her new digital crock pot. In one thing, I wanted to put something else in and clean it out. Now you're having me want to get an air fryer. Marguerite says, when crocheting, I try to crochet as many of the ends in as I can as I go. That's a good idea. And then you don't have to go back and sew. Lucia says, how cool, Bootsy. I've not crocheted for so long. Lucia says, nice except for doing dishes. Hey, they're done right. Not my favorite chore. Roy says, Lucia, I crochet small, 1 to 1.5 inch flowers. Oh, how cool. Now I'm weaving in the ends, my least favorite activity. So 1 to 1.5 inches, you could probably do that with DMC floss because that's tiny. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend using the rayon though, or the nylon stuff. It slips around. Becky said, what's everybody working on? I'm trying to finish up my painted fabric rice bag, so I'm finally on the last steps. I can't wait to see it. Becky did a painted fabric pick 10, and then she made a rice bag out of it, and Lucia is following along. I'm making, and I think Joyce Boring is following. Are you doing that too, Kitty Jen? Joyce and Lucia, and I think somebody else and myself are the ones, and Lucia, let's see, are the ones. I'm making a journal cover out of mine. I'm not going to show it tonight because tonight I'm working on doodles. Let's see. I wanted to get back to this chat. There's where Lucia came in. She says, hi, Meri. Hello, everyone. Let me go back to this. I want to read about this glass panel and see if it was. These glass panels may have originally decorated one of the chapels at the Chateau de, French, that was built by King Philip Augustus and expanded by his grandson. The castles in the Wendell borders are devices of the Kingdom of Castile and indicate Louis's claim to the Spanish throne through his mother, Blanche. The top panels in each lancelet are modern. So I think that they're saying that some of these have been redone. But see, they're calling these little things castles. Little castles in there, I guess. I'm having to imagine. I could imagine a castle if it didn't have the top on it. Because I kind of see the little squares that I would expect to be on a castle, but it looks like a castle with a cap on. All right, Meri. Stop criticizing. You're no better. Karen K, in the 70s. Oh, it's in the 70s where you are. Wow. How cool is that? I can't wait for spring to come. I'll tell you, I look out at the lawn and it's snow-packed. It's snow-covered, but it's going to be in the 40s this week, so hopefully it'll melt. I can't wait to get out there and work in the yard again. You know, and that's all you really need by July to September, end of July. August and September, October, I'm done. But I'm ready to go again. Spring is around the corner. She said, no, but I'm going to do the doodles one of these days when I get a chance. Well, the links are out there. They're on my community tab. You'll have to kind of scroll down because I started with week 3. Then I backtracked and did weeks 1 and 2. And then I should be in order now, 3 and 4. But if you scroll down, I might go back out there. I don't know if I named them by weeks. I'll go back and look at my community tab and title them maybe so you can follow them week 1, 2, 3, 4. And then February, I'm going to carry on with 5, 6, 7, 8 because we'll have, when we're all done with them, 5 cards each, we should have 52 doodle cards. But I get carried away and do, I'll see something that I want to do maybe off of one and I'll do another doodle card of that. So I'll have more than 52. All right. Lucia says, I'm also following along with K3 and Cloth Tales. I'm really enjoying her prompts. I am too. And that, in fact, that's what I did yesterday. Trying to think what I did on Saturday. I finished stitching the, I didn't have all my week 4 done with the little styles of quilting. I had 2 of them stitched. I had the other 2 just put together with pins. So I stitched all those and attached them down to the fabric. And what else did it? Oh, I should get it out and show you, but it's in the other room. The other night, I took one of these fabric strips, and you might want to do this because this is fun, and you don't have to use it like I did. I took a K3N on week 4, used fabric strips, and so I have some here. And I took one. The one I took was striped, but we'll just use the back of this. And I did stitching down this way on my, I think I had a blanket stitch and an upright stitch. Well, on the front, it was a couched running stitch and an upright stitch, a couched running stitch with the, the little cross in there. And of course, this is the back. I mean, this is the right side, but it shows more on here. So, and I have it out in the other room, but I finished that and I made bobby pin embellishments. And I sent them off to be sold at the sale. So I made one to show. I'll show it Tuesday morning. On Tuesdays, I usually do my slow stitching stuff. All right. Let's see what else is going on. Lucia, have you tried pistachio syrup for coffee? Ooh, that sounds... Oh, Lucia says she can't make any videos because her video editing software isn't working or is no longer compatible with her PC. Just when I get motivated, it stops working. Do you have a phone? I do all my videos on my phone. Do you have a smartphone? Try a smartphone. Try it. And just do an unlisted video and see how it works. Like right now, I'm streaming on my smartphone. Sounds yummy. That pistachio, that does sound good. Have you tried pistachio syrup? I'll bet there's some, Renee asked that, not Roy. That sounds good, but I'll bet it's got some sugar in it. And you guys, I was not good today. I was a very bad person this week, and I might be bad tomorrow too. At the game, I was telling today, my grandniece played basketball tournament, and their team won both games, so they're playing tonight. Right now, 7 o'clock Central. Here, I did a sketch. I'll show you guys the sketch I did of it. In fact, it is in... No, it's not in my notepad. It's in my sketch. Let me go here. I'll show you the sketch. And I watched the first game, but the second game that they played, I pretty much got distracted. But everybody around me was cheering and everything. And I sat there, I got to get this drawing done. And I was drawing. My brother was sitting next to me. He says, everybody's watching the game and you're drawing. Let me see. I want to go to, not there. I want to go to here, my sketchbook. And my gallery, I think. Yeah, oh, there she is. Here, let me get out of my... I'll have to come back to that. Here's my grandniece. She's got skinnier legs than that, but I was sketching fast. She's got her jersey 15 on it. And she pretty much stands underneath the net when the other gals on the other team, so she catches those balls. She does a good job of it. But she's probably pretty tall. And they're Adams Central, and I just got the Central on there. I think they're the Patriots, and I think there's an AC out here in the middle of the gym. And of course, here's the basketball net there. But I was drawing this on my phone. Now I have another one that I just started. Let's go to my gallery. Let's save that one. And I just started. And this is how I start. See, I just put in scratches. I put in action lines because, they're playing. They're playing basketball. They move fast. So I kind of observe what they're doing, and then I put in action lines. So the action line the center head here is my grandniece, and they're fighting over the basketball. This is supposed to be a head here. I know what it is, and a head here. And there's 3 of them. And she was holding on to that basketball for dear life. And they were on both sides, the other team members. And I yelled out, "Hey, don't get grabby. Leave her alone." And then the referee blew the whistle every time. You know, they had to guard their ball pretty good. That other team that they were playing, man, they'd take it right out of your hand if you weren't careful. So I just started that one. I thought that would make a nice sketch, but I have to kind of expand it and detail it and everything. And I don't know if they allowed to take pictures there or not. I didn't see anybody shooting pictures, so I sketched. Let me go back to chat now. Let me close all this out. So, oh, the next big YouTube trends. I don't want that. I want my live. Week 5, Doodle Deck Challenge. That's what we're doing. Get out of the advertising. Skip the ad. I think I'm in top messages. Let's go to my live messages. You love participating in hops. Well, I was thinking of doing another video hop here. I might in the fall, but Raul did the streamathon, him and Miriam, and then they're doing the hop, the collab, the Valentine premiere collab, and then he's saying that in the summer they're going to do a 6-day streamathon. And I said, "Oh, that's a long time." And he said, "No, they're only going to do a couple days a week or a couple hours a day or something like that. But it's going to stretch across 6 days. So I don't want to do anything to conflict with them. So I might let him know that I'm going to do something maybe in August or September. And I still have the 4th Art Saturday video hop group out there. I did not close it out. It's out there. I think 12 of us are still in there. I did not close it out. In fact, it was APJ Jamie that said, "Hey, I thought you were closing this down." Well, I thought about maybe just leaving it stand for a while because I thought maybe we might like to do something with it. And I don't know if I closed the other one down or not. I know I closed down my Meri Atelier, the Fib Diggity Atelier. I closed that one down. Well, except for me. I'm the only member in there. I haven't completely closed it down. You heard that in your video the other day. 6 days. Wow. Yeah. You heard that in the, yeah. Well, I think he kind of qualified that it's not going to go all day long for 6 days because I can't do 2 days all day long. New Year's, it wears me out. Because I try to pop in to and I think I did this last time too, last December 31st. I at least try to peek in and say hello to everybody that's streaming. And I think I hit them all, except maybe the wee tiny 2 or 3 o'clock hour in the morning one. I think Miriam was doing it. I fell asleep. I might have said hello to her. I can't remember. Oh, it's Torani pistachio syrup. I love their hazelnut. I was using their hazelnut, but I'm kind of wary of the sugar in that syrup stuff. All right, let me go to the next prompt. Looks like I got this up twice, but let me, whoops, I don't want to jump back in. I want to go to we're going to do the next one's called a bracket. And this one might be kind of easy. We'll see what it is. Let me put it in. I'm going to get another. And I should write week 5. Let me at least write week 5 card 1 on here. Or I lose track. 1 week I didn't document it. And I got a bunch of blank cards. Card 1. Now when I'm going to do numbers over here, but I'm going to number them like 1 through 260 in here. I'm not going to do card 1, card 2, card 3, card to card 5 and then start all over again. When I do the numbers over here, they're going to be numbered consecutively, because when I pull one, you know, I might pull 199. So I'm trying to keep them in order. All right, let me grab, did I copy it? Let me put it in chat. You know, let me get rid of that. Let me get rid of that. Mary, do you think you will ever open up Fibdiggity again? I don't know. If I do, it probably will not be on Facebook. I'm still on Facebook, and I still post and communicate because I don't want to lose some of my I mean, like, I'm friends with people that I knew in grade school and high school, and I don't want to lose those links to those people. So I'm staying myself on Facebook. But as far as doing groups and everything, I am so mad at what they did to Arlene. And they didn't even let me know, and that makes me double mad, because there's some, when they do something to somebody in your group, like they said Arlene was updating our address file, and they what do you want to say? They gave her a warning, or gave her a reprimand, because she got a nice little letter. She shared part of it with me, because they said she was trying to get friends, trying too hard to get friends. And I'm going, what is Facebook for if you don't try to get friends? But somebody out there, now Arlene's such a nice, sweet person. She said, oh, it was the AI. But I think there's somebody behind that has it up for, well, I hate to say it, Arlene's very outspoken about her faith. And I think that's, now here, I don't know, I'm talking, I should probably just shut up. But I think that's something in there, some person that doesn't believe in what Arlene believes in, and so they're out to get her. But they should have let me know if Arlene, if they thought Arlene did something wrong, they're supposed to let the host of the site know. And they say that in their own rules. And I got no warning. I wouldn't even know it happened if Arlene wouldn't have, because it upset her. Well, not, you know, didn't upset her, but she shared it with me. And it kind of was scary in a way, because they were reprimanding her. And, you know, for updating an address file that I gave her permission to update. She was just trying to help us. And I think the person behind it just didn't want to hear that. They knew better. And so I'm kind of mad at Facebook for that. And I don't think I'll keep the groups that I'll keep the Fourth Art Saturday one. And we'll see what happens there, because the only person that updates that is me. So if they reprimand me, I'll shut everything down. But there's other places we could go, as far as, you probably would have to join the other sites, but there, you know, there's even YouTube. We could get together on YouTube, and we could do something like what Raul does, which just, you know, I'll say we're going to do a hop, and we could do it through email, you know, set up all our links and everything through email. So, but I doubt that I'll open another group on Facebook. I don't like how they're running things. And Arlene, like I said, Arlene's sweeter about it than I am. She thinks that it was the AI and impersonal artificial intelligence, but I don't know. I'm not sure I go with that. Yeah, they had to write her a letter, and they're supposed to let I read their rules because I was upset, and they said they would not reprimand anybody in a group without letting the host know. Because if they would have let me know, I would say, oh, I asked her to update the address file for me. She's not trying to get friends. She's trying to keep things straight. So, yeah, Facebook is for finding and making friends. So, but there are some people out there that are very, I'll just say it bluntly, they're agnostic. And Arlene's pretty outspoken about her faith. And I think that they're zeroing in on that in a bad way. But that's, you know, that's just my opinion. I'm not saying that's what happened. That's just what I think. And, you know, they can be agnostic, but they shouldn't harass Arlene because she's not of their belief. A girlfriend was trying to be friends with famous people who she didn't know. I can understand why they stopped her, but this is in our group. This isn't, there's no famous people in our group. She was doing a file update. She wasn't trying to make friends with anybody. She was changing a file. You know how you leave comments of your address in the address file? You leave comments. She was taking those comments and putting them in the file. That's what she was doing. She wasn't liking anybody. She wasn't sending messages. She wasn't, you know, sending friend requests. But they told her that she was trying to make too many friends, which makes no sense at all. Yeah, or atheist. Yeah. Well, if it's built into the algorithm, it should also be built into their algorithm. If their rule is to contact the host, who would have been me, then their algorithm with all these master and doctorate people should. I've got an associate degree, although I went 4 years to college. I know better. Their algorithm should have contacted me, and I could have stopped it at that point. They just, you know. Good night, Becky. Have a good week. Have a great week, Becky. It's good to see you. I'm very upset. I don't have a very favorable attitude about that. I'm staying on Facebook. You'll see, sometimes I post things. I was for a long time there reposting quotes, but I don't post a lot on Facebook, if you see that. And I quit posting so many pictures out on Instagram. For one thing, I don't want them to all of a sudden, if something happens to me, what happens to everything that I post? You know, all my art. And that's the same thing with posting in groups. You notice I do not post a lot of my art on Facebook or Instagram anymore because I want control of it. I don't trust them. I think they hide behind their so-called algorithms and AI. And I think they lose. I'm just mad at them. Good night, Becky. Lucia said she's finishing up her rice bag tonight. What was I going to say? Guess it's not important. Like I'm a part of the tatting group out there. I do participate in that, but you don't see me. I posted a few things when I had a question just to illustrate my question, but I don't really anything that I do tatting or quilting wise or slow stitching wise, I do right here on YouTube. YouTube hasn't dissed me yet, you know, and I just feel like this is what I can control. This is my home. I don't like my art scattered all across the internet. I feel like I lose control of it. Yeah, can't people just live and let live? I don't know why. It just seems like I really think Arlene was targeted because I don't think she was the only one. I think there were some other people of faith that have been targeted, and you know, that's not fair. I'm not saying that it's been, well, Arlene was the most recent one that I saw happen, but I saw some other things happen. It seems like people of faith, when you're too outspoken about your faith, not, you know, and I don't try to preach at people. I don't like to preach and say, you have to believe what I believe, but I feel like I have the freedom. I should have the freedom to say what I believe. And I feel like I do here on YouTube, saying, you don't have to believe how I believe, but this is what I believe. All right, let me put in, I was going to put in that chat. I got off on a rabbit trail. You can designate a person to have control of your account if anything happens to you. I don't think I'm going to do that. I think I'll probably, I guess I could tell my nephew just to delete everything. I don't want anybody to have to worry about it. I'll just tell my nephew, I'll give him my information and say, if I get killed in a traffic accident or something, just go out there and delete everything. For one thing, I'm not posting a whole. I post text things. I'll give thumbs up and hearts and all of that stuff. But and every now and then I'll post something. I'll share things. Sometimes I'll share quotes. Sometimes I share something that I find interesting. I'll share. But I don't know. I'm kind of disappointed in Facebook. But you know what? Here it is. That's their platform. They can run it like they want. I don't control their platform, but then again, I don't agree with everything either. Let's go in here and put in a space here. All right, this is the second one here. It's called bracket. And here it comes. Oh, it's an architectural tag. And what it is, like how they put that decorative architectural, but this is cool enough. They call it a bracket, and it's British. Artwork details, it's 18th century British. They called it deal for medium. I don't know what they mean, D-E-A-L. D as in dog, E-A-L. Classification is woodwork. But then when you look at the second picture, look at all the different designs they have out here. They're not just one. I think this is the one they showed, but there's all these others. And I thought I would pick one. They're very similar, but they're different. This one, there's no flower in here. It's just kind of swirl and a leaf. On this one, there's a teeny flower down there, and I kind of like that. So I'm going to, in fact, I think I'll just swipe this and go into my gallery. And we're going to do this much of it right here. But all of that said, I still have the Fourth Art Saturday group still open, and I think I have my live stream hop still open, but I haven't been doing anything with it. Let's see, that's got a spot. Let's turn it over. So I'm going to try to get through this pretty fast here. Let's see. Let's just do the board here. And it's pretty sketchy at first, because it comes and it's a pretty wide board. And I call these doodles because I'm not trying to do beautiful drawings here. I'm going to bring it down. Whoops. Bring it down. Maybe it's about to there. Now you'll see that this curve of this leaf, the bottom of it falls with the bottom of this. So it falls, the curve of the leaf kind of falls in there. And then it curves up, maybe like that. And around, and I get sketchy here as I'm trying to find my way around. Maybe a little less. And it curves up and it does a little leafy thing in here. I'm right in here. It kind of, there's a leaf here and it touches another leaf, kind of like a yin-yang thing there. And then if you look at this, this is wood, so it looks like that wood piece in there is split, probably with age and everything. But it comes around, and I'm going to make that split in there, kind of like that, and then it comes around this way and goes up that way. And sort of like that. Now, I don't know if I left room for all my leaves going up. I might have to redo this part up here. But that's the way it is. And when I let's see, this has a double in here. This is the center. It has kind of like a little floral, wooden floral going on in here. I'm just going to kind of touch it up in there. And it comes like this. It kind of does a little leafy, and then it gets bigger over here. Comes in. I might have room for it. It's just a little. I think I might have to expand this up a little. It's got a, and I'm just kind of sketching it in there. And then this one comes over. Yeah, I think I can get it in, sort of. Like so, like that. Now I'll come in and make those lines better. I'm kind of feeling my way around here. And then over here, where I did it, that sort of that yin-yang going on here, it comes up like this, kind of does a leaf shape in there, and it comes and it touches this, and it comes way up. Now let's start over here. Let's see, I did this. I need to do a little piece in here, and I might, yeah, I'm talking to myself. I might not get all of this in, but I'm up in there right now. And I'm just kind of trying to feel my way around. Now, it's not going to be, may not be as elegant as what's there. If I did it more than once, it might be. But I'm just sketching from it. I'm trying to learn from it. And we're only going to do one of these. Now let's go in and kind of refine this. A little piece in there. Kind of a little. And it swoops down. And you can kind of see a double line in there. And it thins out as it goes down and curves up this way. And kind of comes in. There's that broken. I like how the broken piece is in here. And it's kind of a break right there. And then it comes up like that. Swirls up and around like that. And the other thing about Facebook, which is not Facebook's fault, is that I just don't have the time. I should have known better to start it, because I don't have the time to, I have other things, I have better things to do. Not better, I just don't want to fight with Facebook. I got other things to do with my time than worry about, is Facebook going to be poopy or not? All right, and then, see, I've completely missed this leaf in here. There's a leaf in here. So I'm just going to kind of put a little leaf. It's not going to be as big. All right, and this kind of comes around here. There's a shape there. Oh, I'm pretty happy with it. Yeah, I can hardly keep up with the things on my things that I want to do. Things to do in your life. Now it's a bracket, so it's just a, you know, it's just showing a piece of the architecture here. And I think I am going to go in with my black to kind of bring this out. And again, it's is kind of a tan wood color. Let's see, there's a double line here. And there's kind of a, this in here actually curves more like that. And comes out and does a kind of a more of a leaf than I have it, but we're going to leave it alone because that's what I have. And see how I kind of sketched it like you would do with a pencil, but then when I go in with my black pen, I'm more confident I know where my lines go, so I'm just kind of outlining it with my black pen, and that kind of makes it stand out. But I wouldn't say this is inspired by the piece. It's not exactly, because this leaf is much bigger in here. And yeah. But I don't know, it isn't that bad either. And this kind of comes around like so. Kind of comes like that. And like so. And let's put this in. Now, this is wood, and actually it has a little nail hole there and some splits in there, and you can actually see the bottom side of this in here, kind of going on in there, and then kind of a little wood thing going on there. Let's bring it down a little more. Oops, my phone gonna cooperate. Yeah, it's, oh look, and it's split. It's split. This piece here is split right in here. You can kind of see a split going on in there. And it comes down this way. You can kind of see some wood right in there. And then there's the end, maybe a little wood streaks going on there. All right, I'm happy with that. But should I color it? I don't really have, again, that's a tan color. Let's see what I have with this on here. I don't really have a tan. Well, I do kind of, maybe an orange and a brownish black in there would make a tan. Let's grab my brush. Oh, and I emptied my water because I didn't want to spill it. Put a little bit of water in there. You know, in a way, I understand Facebook. They have to, you know, there's so much meanness going on out there, but Arlene certainly wasn't being mean. All right, I want to take a little of this orangey color and mix it in here, kind of get an orange and black, kind of make a tannish color. And I'm just going to swoosh a light. A lightish brown in here. This kind of, and then this wood is really a lighter color. The bracket is really lighter, but I'd have to make this darker to make that lighter. And it's really all the same tone. Let's see if I can add some more darkness in there. Kind of different spots. It's not going to show up much on in here. There's some, maybe some dark area in here, some dark going on in here, and need darker darkness going on in here, down in here. And I'm kind of happy. Now this, let me wash out my brush. What did I do with my towel? I skipped my flower. I'm going to go back in and maybe just grab wash on that. Now, the wood itself, I don't have a white on here, but the wood is a lighter color up in here, kind of a lighter wood. And just to bring it out, since I'm watercoloring, they got a green background. I'm going to grab some of this. Is this a blue? I think this is all green. No, that's a blue. Let's grab this blue and put in a sort of a light blue in here just to make it pop a little. And I just have a little dabs of color. Whoops, that's black. Let's get that off. It's okay, but I should just go in there and squeeze some out, but I don't want to do that. And let's do it up here too. Oops, I got the green. We'll do the green. Green is always so vibrant. Ultra green. Not ultramarine green, phthalo green. It's always pigmented. And I got some black coming down there. Should bring it in here. Because that's kind of a green background there anyway. Kind of using what's left on the pan. I'm happy with that. So it's wet. I'm going to turn it over on this towel. It'll probably blot it a little, but I want to write card 2. This is week 5, card 2. Card 2. And then I put week 5, card 1 on that one. And then I'll go back in and fill in all the information. So I'm pretty happy. But there's a lot more to this than just this one. I mean, that was one of several. If you look at this, you see that flower was down there. Here they made the swirl there. I don't think there's even a flower on this one. It's all leaf. Up here, the flowers moved up a little. On this one, there's no flower. There's a swirl in there. Looks like there's a walnut or an almond or something in there. And this one is similar to what we just did. The flowers on the side. This one's very similar to what we just did. So they have different ways of representing them. This, of course, is facing the other way. Very similar to what we did, but look at that streak of gray in there. See, that's what makes these so attractive, to tell you the truth. This is another one with no, I think these are facing each other. No, they're not. So they're very fun to look at. Look at this one, how this line and this line cross each other. Just fun things. And they've got those, looks like nail holes or something there. I love just that wooden flower right there. But we're going to move on. Let me come out and look at chat again. I've almost used up my color here. I should just squeeze them out, but I actually like to squeeze it out as I'm working because it's color mixing. That's why I like the tube paints, is you can mix those colors pretty easy. Let me come back into chat. See well, let's copy 3. Oh, the third one is an Oriental one, 3 women on a bridge. But let me look at chat first. YouTube. And I'm in top messages. Let's go to all messages. Let's see, it says, Karen K, I'm sure yours look just fine. I'll bet they are. Well, you know, a do-over. The thing it is, when you do a do-over, expect that. Expect it, because, you know, it's a learning process as you're studying the designs, you know, and I have a lot of things that need do-overs, but you've gone that far with it. Whatever you did, you've studied whatever you were, you know, whatever you were doodling. You like I was studying this piece of art. I call it a doodle because I'm working kind of fast. I'm not taking hours, and I did try to put in a little darker brown in there. I tried to get some tonal values in there, but you know, you could spend hours just doing that. So I kind of, they're really just kind of studies. I call them doodles. Let's go to, thank you, Lucia. Let's see, Jenny said, looks cool. Jenny. Kitty Jen says, looks cool. Thank you. Rhonda says, hi, Janet. No worries. I think everybody is working on something. Look away, Sharon. Did Sharon come in? Sharon, I'm getting closer to sending your Santa Claus. I got postcards out yesterday. I got Janet's, the sales stuff for Janet's sale mailed. And Karen, if you're out there listening yet, your journals are on their way to you. So I got some mail out. I want to get, this is Karen, not Sharon. I mean, this is Sharon, but I was told the journals are going to Karen. I want to get this Santa Claus out, and I'm going to send some other stuff with it. I'm not sure what. Maybe some slow stitching and some lace. But Sharon, I haven't forgotten you. I have it right here. I put it underneath of my tablet over here. My tablet's on a stand, and I put the Santa Claus underneath of it. I need to get it out to her. All right, what else is going on? We are FB friends, Facebook friends, Renee says. She's talking to Lucia. Let's see, Rhonda popped in. Sharon Lombard popped in. Do the rose, Mary. Yeah, that's kind of what I did there, if you want to call that a rose, but mine's a pretty much, you know, and as it dries, this watercolor kind of dries, you know, it dries lighter. All right, let's go ahead and put in this other link. This is the three women on a bridge, 3 ladies on a bridge. Let me put it in. And I have to put in that space right there. Send. And what I like about this, I'm not going to do the ladies, but if you study this, let's read about it first. 3 women on a bridge. Artwork details is, they give the, oh, it's Japanese, it's not Chinese, it's Oriental. And I can never pronounce that name. Katsukuwako Shunsho. Anyway, it's Japanese, 1783 to 1795. The culture is Japanese, and it's a woodblock print, ink and color on paper. And there's other works down in here. But what I like about the Japanese is they look, and the Oriental art, they stylize a lot of the flowers and everything if you study their art. Now look at the, if I can get it back here. Now this is not the one I'm going to do, but I want to show you this if I can get to it. On here, right in here, look at all that, the filling in there between those flowers. It's diagonals, and you know how much I like diagonals in there. And same with over here. And then they get more floral going on down the robe here. Now this isn't the one, and look at this here. That could be a doodle I got out of it, because I'm on the web and it's not showing up very well here. But there's a doodle in there, or there's a floral that I could make a doodle out of. So, but let me go back up to the top here. This is the one I'm going to use. Asian art. Because this has a lot of designs. Let me save it to my library. because I can bop around it easier without it floating away. Look at all the designs in here. Let me swipe this because I can expand it. Once I swipe, I can go in closer. Look at those triangles, and inside of the triangles, it looked like they kind of put some interesting shapes inside of those triangles. So, and look at this area. Look at how they stylized that fan. I'm sure that's her hand holding a fan. And look at the robe, how they've done almost, I hate to say, almost swastikas in there, but they carry it around. It's very patterned, but I almost see a swastika there. And let's see what else is on this. Whoops. Let me go back because I look at the designs. In fact, I think this was the one I was thinking of doing because I got rectangular shapes and I'd almost have to swipe it to show it up close. They're kind of rectangular, broken rectangular with a little star shape inside of it. And then there's the moons around it. And look at these little flowers. And maybe I'll do this right here. There's actually about 3 different doodles you can do. Let's swipe this if I can without it floating off on me. All right. So now let's enlarge that. See, there's this floral, which is really kind of swirly leaves around a circle. That will make a nice doodle. And then there's kind of an oval with a diamond with a kind of a little star-shaped in the center. And then over here, let's see, what's the down here? Am I out on the, no, this is my down in here, which I didn't get a very good one on. This is that rectangular with a little star shape and 2 dots on each side. So there's actually 3 that I can do, and I might do them all on the same page, all on the same card. So let's start out with the little flowers here, and I'm going to expand it while I'm working on it. We're going to do these little, and all it is I'm going to bring it way down in here. I'm going to put a circle here. And there's 4 swirls, sort of. And it kind of comes out, around, and then there's it's kind of a swirly shape. Comes around. Well, actually, this kind of meets that. It's kind of like that. Kind of comes around like that. I'm not sure I got that right. And then this one kind of comes around this way. And it has a sort of a center in here. And so mine aren't perfect, believe me. I'm far from perfect when I do these things. But you do them and you enjoy what you're doing and you learn from what you're doing. Now see, I actually could get 2 more in here. But I'm only going to do 1. I'm going to make him kind of fat just to get him in there. And he kind of goes like that. Now that one could be bigger. This one could be bigger here. Like that. All right, let's try it again. Up here, we're going to do a circle. And then we're going to do a swirl. Kind of comes around and makes its head and then comes around like that. And another swirl. He kind of comes around that way. And another one. And this one I think I'm happier with. They're fitting on there better. And let's go up and make 1 more. I might make 1 floating off like they do there. In fact, we could bring a line up like this. Kind of like that, because that's a fold in the fabric, but we don't have to call it a fold in the fabric. And look at this one's getting partially hidden there. So let's make our circle a little bit closer to that line. And we'll put this one in. It's a little rounder in there. And then you barely see this one. He's just kind of a two little bumps in there. And then there's this one. Comes around like that. And then there's this one. Whoops. That one's all, this one is actually not all that great either. And then up here, I'm not going to get all of these on. We'll just do one or two of these. Like that, and then come around like that. And of course, I got more space in there than I need. But I'm just doodling. Now look at this design. It's and actually I'm going to draw this. Let's see, I want room to do these. So I'm actually going to bring my fabric like that, because I want to put stuff in here. So these are ovals, or not perfect circles, but they have this pretty yellow orange diamond in them. They could be a circle. They look oval to me. This one's more circular. This one's more oval, I think. This one's more oval. So I'm going to make mine ovals, and they're connecting each other too. There's no space between them. They touch each other. So like that. And then the diamond in there. And inside of that, you can't see it on this one. And you barely begin to see it there. You see it more up in here. There's little centers inside of that. Kind of like a little shape like that. And I'm going to put them in there. And then there's another one here. And the diamond. And the little, I don't know, I just called it another little diamond in there. It's really kind of more, has more points than a diamond. A little flower center, I think, in there. And then the last one falls off the edge of the page. But there's a lot to look at on these pages. Now, I'm just going to bring another line down this way just for the fun of it. And then we're going to go down here. And what I like about these is they've got these kind of rectangular shapes. One goes off this way, one goes this way. But they're not closed up. They're kind of like little corners, little photo corners, like so. Like, and of course I got this pretty close to that, but that's neat. And then kind of like a little photo corner over here. I'm calling them photo corners. And then one this way. But if you look at it, it's not really a corner. There's just a line here like that. This one kind of goes like that. Well, this kind of edges up to that, and this one kind of edges up in here. And then there's a dot here and a dot there, and then they have this kind of like a little star shape floral going on in there. Like that, sort of like that. And then they have a circular dot in there and some sort of a curve shape there. It almost looks like a little man running. And it's kind of like a little curve in there and a leg coming down this way. And then you can see this kind of makes an X, but it's actually starting the box on this one here. And it goes up this way, and this way, and this way, like this, coming up, and another square in here. And mine are, you know, it's not perfect. but I'm studying it. And then there's a dot here, and a dot here, and another little floral shape kind of thing going on in here. Like that. And then there's this kind of a half moon in here. We're just going to make a half moon. And there's a shape. Actually, it comes down pointy like that and like that. And then there's another half moon going off over that way and in here. Now that's fun. That could almost become a Zentangle if you would maybe close these up a little. This could be very Zentangular. And this might be. But it's actually Oriental. Let's go back. If I can go back in here. See, you can see all of these half moons. That whole design is carried off in there. And then they have these other, what I saw a swastika in here. You almost see little swastikas in there. I'm not going to do this, but this could be it's very geometric in there. And you have all that patterning going on. And look up here with these triangles, what's going on up there. That could be a whole nother. I'm not going to do them because I want to get, I love the fan shape too. Look at the fan. Look at what they did to that. I can't expand this anymore, but look at that fan. It's very stylized. She's holding it's hot in here, fan. All right. I'm going to do this. What time is it? It's 8 o'clock. I've got a little more time here. I'm going to, and I lost where I was going in here. I think I was up in here. I'm going to make these lines. Actually, what I wanted to do was make these lines here, but I brought mine more straight than they did. This one kind of angles. And I just kind of want to put these in black, big black outlines here, because they are pretty, the black lines are pretty evident here. And once I get them in, then when I go back with my black, I'm much more relaxed because I'm just kind of running over my lines that I've already done. So this part goes pretty fast. And I'm going to leave this because this whole entire area is red. And I don't know, maybe I'll squeeze some red out of that watercolor that Becky sent me. And we'll use that. And we'll just do the same type of thing that we did on these. And then see this black line carries all the way up this way. And then there's a line coming this way. And actually there's two lines, one here, and it kind of splits this right in there. See, it kind of, then I'm not going to put it in there because if I was doing all of these, I would. But look at this black line right there. And it kind of does a pleat. They're mimicking the pleat of that fabric there. But mine are too big to put that in. That would probably fall up in here someplace. And these are yellow with a kind of a reddish center that matches the red over here. And then as I come down, you can tell I'm on the internet. Where was I? I was in here. I was over here. And I got this half moon here. And what shape was this? I think I meant to do this shape in here. What did I do here? Oh, I was doing, it's that little, this little gray area here. That's what I'm representing there. But there's actually a half moon going off over that way. A half moon here. I'm calling them half moons, half circular. And then all I have to do are the little rectangles here. And I'm not going to do the little dots and stars because my tip of my pen is too dark, too thick. So I'm pretty happy with just doing that. You know, it's fun to study this. This is more doodle-ish. It's more graphic. Let's see what I can get out of here. I'm pretty much, well, I've got a lot of red in there, but let's pull up. Let's get some more because I just squeezed out a little. What was I doing? I was doing the swatching. That's what all this came from. Let's see. Is this the red? Permanent Rose and cadmium red deep hue. And let's squeeze out some red, some yellow. And I don't think I have a gray. I got the black. I got enough black on here to make a gray. And I have to tell you, when it's new like this, it can squeeze out. I'm going to wipe this off. I don't want my cap to, it's also inside my cap, but there we go. So I want this is a pretty light yellow. This is a lemon yellow. I don't think I have it. Here, I should get my swatch card out. I've got this. I think this is a burnt sienna. Yeah, this is burnt sienna. That's more of a tan. I should have maybe used that on that, but we'll squeeze out some yellow. And the gray, I'm just going to use the black that's on here, or the brown, whatever it is. Well, maybe I should squeeze out some more black, because I think that's a brown. I think I used my black. Let's put the yellow down in here. And what I don't use, I leave on the palette and then I'll use it another time. But what I like about the little tubes, like if I wanted to mix yellow and red, I can take my palette knife and move it over there. When I try to do it out of the pan sets, I have to load up my brush. You know, I have to get all the little pans that are dry. I have to get them all nice and juicy. Then I have to move them over and get what I can off my brush. And what's left on my brush, I have to wash out before I go into another color. And when you're working wet like this, where you're just squeezing it out of the tube, it's already there. And, you know, you move it with your palette knife yet, but you don't have to load your brush up. So I'm thinking I like working with the tubes. That's violet. And I want to thank Becky for sending me these. I think I have some De La Rowney that Lala Gamma sent me. But I need to, they're over behind my bookshelf and I need to get to them. I need to get them out. All right, we're just going to squeeze it. Black is pretty much of a, well, I want a little bit more. Pretty dark color, but I just want gray, so I won't use all of that. And Becky also sent me, I haven't swatched these. These are Winsor Newton, or Winsor Newton Cotman. I always pronounce that wrong. Becky also sent me some koi ones. And I tried to thank Becky with the PayPal, and she won't acknowledge me. She's being very polite in a ignore Meri sort of way. She says, Meri, I don't want it. And I'm going, but I want you to have some money to spend at Janet's sale. I didn't tell her that. That's why I wanted to, well, I wanted to thank her because she sent me a gripper. She's always sending me stuff. She sent me that gripper, and then she sent me both sets of these watercolors. These are the most recent things I've gotten from her. And I wanted to thank her. So if you're out there listening, Becky, I think she went to bed. Or maybe she takes a shower and all of that. I thought, I'll send her some money that she can, and it wasn't a whole lot. That's it, Becky. And I don't want to, I have a PayPal for her, but I don't want, you know, it's an old one, and I want to make sure she can get it. So I might just have to thank her in another way. We won't let that slip. Now this I'm going to leave, although it is, this pleat starts over again in here. See, here's those designs, and those flowers start over again, but I'm not going to do them again. I'm just going to carry on with this. This is very fun to do. If you have time to do this. Now, see, here's where I have, actually, I've got that swatch card out here someplace. I have a swatch card that I was doing with my, ooh, that's, what did I do with it? I think I put it back with the others. Hold on a minute. Ah, there. I think it's probably in one of these. There it is. These are swatching markers. You can, your Crayola markers are water soluble. And I was swatching those just to see, well, actually I was making me little palettes. I don't know if they're water soluble here or not. Let's try it. Let's see if I can move this. Yeah, see, I can move that. Of course, I got, well, I had red on my brush, so I think that brown is coming from this. Because, see, this is all, let me wash out my brush. So you can move this color. These are those, my tongue is getting mixed up here. What? Hold on, these, let me grab them. Super tips. That's what I was thinking of. These are super tips here. And they are water soluble. Now, my water's a little dirty, but I can still get a pretty clean brush out of that. Enough to, let's do this. This one. See how it moves? And you can get some tonal values if you work with it. Get some tonal values in there. Now I wanted to, what was I going to swatch? I don't know what I was going to swatch. I think I just wanted to wash my brush out. Let's get a smaller brush. And this one I think will work. Maybe that's my fan brush. Maybe this one. I want to do the yellow. And I might go over that red again. My red's, it dries lighter. Where did I put my yellow down here? And we're just going to put some yellow diamonds in here. See how light that yellow is? You can hardly see it. I can hardly see it. I think I'm going to mix a little. Let's mix a teensy bit of red in that. See if I can't get a little darker. Now I should be doing this with a palette knife. That's too red. Wash that out. Put some more yellow in there. Oh, and then I lose my image over here. Well, I about used all my yellow in there, but I think it's a little bit deeper color there. Well, I'm not happy. I'm not a happy camper. I'm going to get some more yellow out. It's not exactly what I want. So I'm sure this was just a 12. This is a 12, no, 10 colors. But I'm sure that if you look out there, you'd find like 24 colors, 48 colors, and all of that. This is a very light yellow color. But I find that yellow tends to be, even in my markers, when I'm working with the markers, I'm not happy with my yellows. It shows a little, but I'm never happy with the yellow. They're never quite what I want. And I should probably put a little dab of water on that because it's pretty thick. All right, let's try this. It's a little better. Let's go in here. And I'll always use what I put out on the palette. That doesn't go to waste. Yeah, I'm happier with that. But see, I've got all this on my brush. I got it all on my brush. I don't want to waste it. Let's do a smear in here. This is not swatching. This is just using up my color. Now it looks good here. That's the deeper yellow that I want. Got it pretty good in there. All right, now let's wash out the brush. And I'm going to put another layer of red on there. Because that red, well, it's almost, it just needs one more layer. And that's, get that off of here. I don't like a wet brush. A sopping wet brush. Let's just go in here and put another layer of red. Fast. Doesn't have to be perfect. Oh. Oops. I think I'll come with that yellow in here. What's on there, if I can get to it. Yeah, it's a little dark. Well, that's really gray. And I only have yellow in there. I think I'm going to make this yellow instead of gray. The gray is next. So I think I brought some black out here. And I'm going to do a wash. Oh, yeah. In here. And actually, that's gray in there too. I just kind of want to get in between the well, maybe I will make that gray. Make this gray up in here. And this. And that's about it. That's the 3 women on a bridge. I did 3 doodles off of the 3 women on a bridge fabric there. I really do like the Japanese Oriental. They have a lot of designs in there that are very, you could adapt to doodling. These are more architectural. Here, this is stained glass window type thing, and this is a bracket. These are more architectural. This is fabric, but this lends itself to doodling. All right, we're going to move on to number 4. I'll put my watercolor up there and that card. Let it dry. And number 4, let me go grab the link and I'll look in chat, is, oh, this one's going to be fast. Embroidery sample for a man's suit. I laughed at it because I don't think any man I know would wear that, but we'll see. You'll see what I mean. I'm going to get out of this. I'm going to get out of come into chat. And I'm in top messages again. Let's go out to all messages, chat filter, all messages. Hi, Katia. Good evening. I was thinking of you. Katia is a tatter. She's in the online tatting class. And I learned last week, I think she said she teaches in her area. And I'll bet she's a pretty good teacher. But Katia, I have to tell you, I didn't tat this weekend. I have the size 20 and the size 10 at the same spot now. And it's at the end of row 5, getting ready to go to row 6. And I don't know if I'll get any tatting done now. I'll get to class on Tuesday. I probably will not get to the Thursday class. Well, I know I won't, because I have to take my brother to the doctor, and it's quite a trip up there. It'll be a day trip. So I'll miss the design class. Woohoo! I'm really enjoying the design class. Oh, I'm enjoying the tatting class too. I'll be there Tuesday. Tammy is going to teach us some dimensional flowers. I'm looking forward to that. Katia is an excellent tatter. I wish, Katia, I wish that you would do some videos. I don't know if you have the technical setup to do it, but boy, I'll bet you'd do some good videos. She says, don't worry, Mary, I haven't tatted since the last class either. Migraine. Oh, do you get those horrible migraines? Oh, no. She says she has a migraine that won't go away. Hi, Allie Kay. Welcome in. Lucia is here. It's good to see you, Lucia. Lucia is a quilter. And Lucia is also doing K3N Cloth Tales Slow Stitch Journal. Lucia, not Katia. Lucia. Hey, they rhyme. Lucia, Katia. The Ias. The Ias are here. And there's Kathy Whitney. Hi, Kathy. Oh, she left. I missed her. She said she has to go clean up the kitchen from the dinner mess. Oh, I miss Kathy Whitney. Roy is here. Roy says, well, oh, well, he was here. He says, well, lovelies, it's time to go take my leave for the evening. Have a great night and a morning for those of you across the ocean. Hope to see you all next Sunday. And he's referring to the sale that they're going to have for Janet Baum. That's one reason why I didn't. Well, I got my packages out to Shelley on Friday, though. Saturday, I was slow stitching. I slow stitched. I wanted to get caught up. I'm all caught up and ready for the next week's journal page on K3N Cloth Tales, doing a slow stitch journal. She's doing a page every week for us. Kathy says she would probably rather have some of your art. That would be my guess. I forget what we're talking about there. My granddaughter, Marguerite says, my granddaughter stroll there at OSU. I go every February for a long weekend. Allie K says, yes, she's very kind. Becky is a blessing for sure. Yes, she is. Becky is very talented. Becky is finished her rice bag. Awesome. I don't know what she's going to do next. I'm skipping the rice bags and biscornus. I would love to do them, but I don't, I'm doing the slow stitch scrolls. I'm using Becky's painted fabric to do the journal cover for the slow stitch journal. And then I'm doing the journal cover, the Japanese boro as a journal cover. And I was thinking that I was going to, I'm going to put I'm doing what they call Take a Stitch Tuesday, which is a pentangle stitch. I'm putting mine in a sampler, but I might make pages and put them in that Japanese boro. I think I'll make a journal page out of that. Allie K is here. Lucia says they live in Oregon. And Kathy does too. Kathy Whitney and Lucia both are from Oregon. Kathy said they had a lot of rain, though we needed it. We are no longer in a drought, but we need some snowpack in the mountains for later. Lucia says we had a dustiness snow right after Christmas, and it only lasted for a few hours. Well, we still got snow on the ground. It's been pretty cold here. It's just today and yesterday it got into the 40s. But for the last couple weeks, it's been in the upper 20s and 30s. So the snow, that big long icicle is still hanging outside. I took a picture of it outside on our dining room window. My brother said he'd knock it down, but he doesn't want to wade through the snow to do it. He doesn't like the big icicles hanging off of his gutters. But yeah, it's pretty snow-packed here yet, but it'll probably melt by the weekend. So, and I am so waiting for spring to come. I'm ready to get out and rake the yard. Lucia says her last frost date is May the 10th. Allie K says, yes, the snow is pretty as long as I don't have to shovel it. Cold country, Lucia. East central Wisconsin is where Allie K is from. Everything is snow-covered, Allie K says. We don't plant a garden until Memorial Day. We can plant our garden in April, especially our spring vegetables. We can get out there and plant. We have to plant them kind of early because July and August get terribly, terribly hot here. It almost wipes me out, the heat in August especially. But I'm going to try doing more mulching this year, and hopefully that'll keep the weeds down so I don't have to I'm good about keeping the weeds down until July. Then I just can't take that heat. Kathy Whitney says, my spring flower bulbs have busted ground and the heliobores and primrose are starting to flower. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's too early to wash my car, Kathy says. By the time I drag up my gravel dirt road, it looks dirty again. So I don't see the point. If I lived in the city, I would do it now. Well, in the city, they salt those roads. They salt the streets. So you have to fight the salt on the highways. And thank God they salt them because there'll be more accidents. Let's see, Renee says it's like a Triskel with 4 legs. I'm not sure what she's talking. My leaf? Look, Kathy was asking Lucia how her garden was. Lucia built a greenhouse, I think. Was it last year? And I noticed that Tanya's husband is building her a greenhouse. I want a greenhouse. All right, I can't. Oh, Sherry Van was here. Sherry, if you're out there listening, welcome in. I can't scroll up anymore. Let's go down to the bottom. Katia says, hanging icicle can be dangerous when they fall down, especially when they're above where people stand and walk. Well, this one is above. Here's our dining room window. And here's our south door. And the icicles here, there's a terrace here. We planted daffodils in there and crocus. Last fall, we're hoping they come up. I plant marigolds in there, but there, my brother says there's bricks under there. They had a sidewalk going over that way, but we filled it all in with dirt, but there's still kind of bricks and a sidewalk underneath of all of that. But nobody walks there, except I noticed when I took a pic, it continues over this way to the front porch over here. But this is all terrace and it's all vine covered in the summer. And but when I was taking pictures of the snow, I saw where somebody walked across there, their footprints. And I asked my brother, I said, did you walk on there? And it should be so, he wouldn't do that because he would walk over. He wouldn't, because there's a little cement railing here. And he wouldn't get in there and walk over that way. And he said, no, he didn't. So I think we had a visitor. And it's human footprints. I know the difference between a human footprint and an animal one. So, and that kind of creeps me out because we also have another window over here. And if they walk there during the day, that's one thing. And it would be pretty dangerous for them to walk there because I could see them falling in there because it's terraced here, down and down. And it's all vine covered. So, yeah, hanging icicles can be dangerous. My brother usually knocks them down, though. We had one out in the kitchen window, our west window, out in the kitchen. And there was one hanging down. Well, he could get to that and knock it down, but he didn't want to trample. Nobody goes out there unless they're trespassing. They're welcoming Katia. This is where she came in. All right, so let me put in my next link. This is the one, an embroidery on a man's suit. And I was going, I don't think that any man I know would be wearing that. I have to get here. Right there. Right there. Right there. And space. And send it. On Sunday nights, I do these doodles. So that's probably what I'm going to do. It's 8:30. I go until 10. I thought I would go back to the Tree of Life, and that was last week's, and do some of the animals off the Tree of Life if I get done here. Now, see, I can't see a man wearing that. It's too floral. Now, maybe in the, well, it's public domain, embroidery sample for a man's suit. It's French, so maybe in France. But it is brown in there. But no, I don't see a man wearing that today, but maybe in 1785 they would. That's with the date. And it's French, silk and metallic and metal thread. It's metallic thread on wool. It's textile embroidery. And if you come down here, I think, oh yeah, there's all of these. These are beautiful. There's just too much in there to look at. I don't, when it gets too much like this, for doodling, unless you're just picking out one area, like maybe this, it would work. But there's these are tapestries, I think. It's a set of 4 seasons and elements. But they're interesting to look at. So let's go here. I think this would be pretty simple to do, but can you see the stitches in there? Can you see those stitches? There. And there's white. Whoops. Well, I enlarged it. Yeah, let's pull it over a little. And there's a pink center there, and this is kind of a gray, and then it's got those wonderful leaves. Like only these are like daisies. Those others that I did were triangular. These are more oval. So can I do all 3 of these here? Let me bring it down because it floats around on me here. Let me bring it way down here. Let me go back in. Good night, Janet. Have a good week. She says, I'm off. Everybody have a good week. She says, I can't see a man wearing that. Not in our culture. Maybe in the 1700 French. Whoops, I didn't want to do that. Let me go back in. I save it right here. Save image. and open it in my gallery. Then it doesn't float around so much for me. I'm in my gallery now. And then I pop it. So let's see if I can do all 3 of these and see if it's got the... Now this here, I think that's thread too, but I think that's kind of the sample. And then, you know, the suit is actually a brown. Do I want to do these in the center though, and just maybe put brown around it? But, so let's start out down at the bottom with a circle, and it's got a pink center there. This is the pink, and it's got a kind of a gray thread around it, like that. And then I'm going to do this leaf, and it looks like 3 almost daisy chain there. They're oval, so it kind of comes up this way and up that way. And then it has these ovals. 1, 2, and then this one kind of relaxes a little out this way. I'm going to make it a little more slanty. I may not get all 3 on here. I may only get 2 because I'm drawing pretty large. And then it has this large leaf, and if you expand this, which I'm going to take another picture of it, and so I can expand that leaf, you can see the individual threads there. So this is the gray here, and there looks like also some threads going on in there, but I'm going to make my individual kind of like little, and this is that kind of a brown thread or reddish brown going up this way. And then it has these stitches, and they kind of go around like this. And if I only get 1 of these done, I'll be happy. And see, there's white in here. Well, kind of. And like this stitch is much shorter because of the way it's turned. I'm sure that these are all the same length stitches in real life, but because that's kind of, well, that might be a shorter stitch in there, but these are the same length in here, so I'm thinking that these are the same length. But they kind of come out this way, and I'm going to kind of indicate where I'm going to end right in here. And let's just bring some stitches around. And it, you know, I think they have more. I think it's more pointy here. And they probably have more stitches than I have on here, but it's good. And I might only get 1 and a little bit of the other one on there. Let's bring this out again. Look how that ends. See that this leaf comes up and does these daisy chains. This one comes out and then just has kind of a stitched stem stitches, not stems, just satins type stitches. So it comes out, and you can see the stitch right here because they're kind of square, like so and like so. And then they have the stitches. They're kind of squarish-ish. They're just little satin stitch kind of things. Kind of comes out like that. And I think I got mine a little big, but we're going to go with it. And a little square one in here, and then another one coming off this way. And it looks like they tried to do something in there, but I'm not going to do that. And then it has another leaf down this way, and I'm just going to kind of put in some dots there to help me find my way. And it has the same type of stitching going on in here, and very distinct stitches. And I'm not going to get as many on as they do, but that's okay. And then there's a really long stitch coming out here and some more over this way. And you can see it breaks off down here, but that trim, I think that's probably the stem stitch. It's also done in kind of a brownish red and a green. We're going to go in and put that in, but I want to finish this. See, it's going in there too. So we're going to go up and put this line in, and another gray line. I'm right in there, and then another circle with the pink in center and the gray around it. And then it has that daisy leaf in there. The daisy looks like a daisy stitch, daisy chain. And it's oval, so it comes this way and this way. And it kind of curves, if I can curve it that way. And gets smaller. I think this stitch is much shorter than this one. So I'm just going to get it on. And then inside of here is kind of a dark green in here, in the center of these. All right. So there's that. Now I have another kind of a leafy going up this way. And you know what I didn't put on this one? This one has a little center coming out here, and it also has this coming down, this type of thing here. And we have a center going, a stitch going there. And I didn't get it. I don't know if that breaks off there. Let me go to the internet one. No, I didn't get it. We're on this one. So I'm doing this leaf right here, and it has a, well, let's put in the stitches first. Whoops. Yeah, I'm not doing that so good. So hot. And they're just sketching. It's just sketchy. I'm not trying to do it exactly like this. I'm getting inspired by this. But these obviously are little running stitch things on making the forming the leaf. Kind of like that. And then it has another one of these over here, kind of coming out this way. And then it has those little, kind of like little square stitches coming, something like that. And then there's one more short one. And it looks like they tried to put a center one in there, and I guess I got that in here. All right, then we have one more leaf coming down this way, kind of like that, and the little brown stem in there, and then the little stitches around, which I'm not the best at replicating. Sort of little stitches in there. Then this continues on up. I'm out on the internet. It continues on up. Now I'm not going to attempt to put in the third one from here to here. but it continues on up this way. But what I like, oh, yeah, oh, I did here. It's right in here. I say I forgot a leaf, but there's no leaf over here. They're over there. What I like is, this goes from here down to here, down to there. And then there's another one just hugging it. And yeah, but then if you see in here, they kind of got a line that's kind of a twist. And I'm just going to put in a light line here to, and actually it comes closer, but I'm going to put mine out here. And there's a light, kind of a reddish brown one. And it comes all the way down. Comes all the way down. And then there's a green one. And you can see the twist in there. And that, I'm going to put the twist in there, I think. So you can kind of see the little twist. My glasses are falling down my nose. I like doing these. This I'm actually looking forward to Sunday nights doing all of these. It's fun to study them. Now there's another one over here. Now it kind of comes right in here. Well, they are pretty close together though. These three are pretty close together, so I'm going to make it right in here. Right? This would be the twisty one here. And it comes all the way down and kind of hits this leaf right in there. Well, their leaf is larger. Their leaf kind of overlaps in here, but I put space in there. So, and then there's one that runs right alongside of it that I'm sure there's a twist there, but we don't see it as, it's not as prevalent. It's more like a thread. And this is more like a twisted trim. Kind of a twist on it. And I guess I'll do this in watercolor too, since I seem to be using my watercolors tonight. And I think this one is dried enough. I'm going to put week 5, card 3. And let's write that on here before I watercolor. Week 5, card 4. So I only got one more card to do. But I want to get out there and do that Tree of Life one. I'm going to do the little animals off of it. Now this is all brown. It's kind of a reddish brown. But I'm going to use whatever brown is in here. And this is pink. And these are dark green and white and light green. But let's see what I have here. Look at this. I love how that, actually those super tips almost gradiate. You get them wet and there's a nice gradation going on in there. And then I got some watercolor meeting it there, but I kind of like that area right in there. All right, let's get out I think I have a burnt sienna for the brown. Is a burnt sienna. We've got a hooker's green. That's the only green. There's a hooker's green. Yeah, there's a blue, yellow, ultramarine blue. That's purple. I'm looking for the brownish color. That's lamp black. What's this? That's not it. It almost looks red. That's the rose. That's orange. That's rose. Where's the burnt sienna? Did I covered up here? Here it is. Burnt sienna. We're going to use that. And I got the green out. And I got red for the pink on my palette already. So this water's getting a little dirty. I'm going to dump it. And put some clean water in there. It'll get dirty fast with that brown. Maybe I'll do the pink first. And I might be able to use that green there, but now I think I need a little more. I want to thank Becky for the watercolors. Bless her heart. She won't let me pay her back. This is Hooker's Green Light. But I think it's pretty dark. Oh dear. Now I'm going to have to get my... I might use that and I might not. That's the thing. If you don't keep those caps clean. If you don't keep those caps clean, they can... And you have to be careful how you twist this too, because you can twist the tube if you're not careful. Yeah, see, that was pretty dirty. And this says Hooker's Green Light, but I think that's pretty. I'm going to take and wipe this off a little if I can. It's not, helps a little, wasting the pigment, but I still like it in the tube. I'm not gonna, you have to put that cap on fairly tight or it'll dry out. All right, and the burnt sienna. And we're gonna put that right in there. I think that's kind of a burnt sienna down here. No, that's more of a, that's the violet, I think. That's really a lighter brown than what? I might have to mix a little black with that. All right, we're going to start with the pink. And I don't need my fan brush. I'm going to use this little brush and do those pink flowers, centers, these. So we're going to go, the thing of it is, my pink is going to be a diluted red, a washed red, because I don't have a white. Whoops, there it went. There it is. That looks pretty pink though. I'm gonna make it a little darker. All right, I'm happy with that. Let's wash out my brush. Ooh, I should have swatched it on my card. What did I do with my card? It's right there. Wipe hairs away. All right, so I think I'll do the brown next. But I think I'm going to have to mix some black with that brown because that's a pretty light color. And I didn't want to use that one. I want to use my bigger brush. And let's grab a little of this black and mix in there. And really it could use some red too, because that's kind of a reddish brown. Yeah. Well, I want more red, but I dipped it in there, so I'm going to go ahead and use this. And we're just going to kind of fill in the negative spaces in here fast. So I think this is more of a reddish brown than I have it. Burnt sienna kind of has a yellow tone to it. It's a light brown. I might go on this with a darker layer, but I didn't want to get rid of that paint that was on my brush. I need a little bit more water. Oops, got a thread. Where did those threads come from, Mary? I was slow stitching yesterday, not today. I didn't get anything done today. We went to my grandniece, we went to her basketball game. Boy, I enjoyed watching her play. And I especially enjoyed it when they were trying to take the ball away from her. I said, hey, leave her alone. That's hers. I shouted it out. Of course, they're supposed to. That's what they're supposed to do, is steal the ball. Boy, she was hugging it. She wasn't going to let them have it. Oops, see, I got it way too black. Way too black in there. Now, I think I've completely done it wrong here. Way black. Mix some red in that, though, and I might have it. Let's try some red. Almost. Could have a little bit more red. No, I'm getting into my leaf here where I don't want. My brush is too large. And of course I just want to do the background here, so I'm not trying to get way in there. I'm leaving white space in there. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to have enough of that. Some more water on that. And this is typical of me when I do, and you've probably seen my head in here sometimes too. If you look at my urban sketches, I don't leave a lot of white space on my page. Some people strive to do that. I don't even strive because I like a lot of color. I like my page saturated with color, because you don't see a lot of white on this. It's all saturated with color. But a lot of people, when they're doing their artwork, intentionally strive to leave white space. All right, I think I'm pretty happy with this. Let's get in there a little bit more. And it'll dry lighter in there. So I think I got most of the color off of that. Wash out my brush. And I want to go in and do the green. Now the centers of the flowers are white. So I'm going to take, actually I want a tiny brush. My tiny brushes are in a different container over on my desk. Let me reach. See if I can find one. I had one out, but I didn't like it for what I was doing. What What's this one? That's fairly tiny. That one might work. I thought I had a smaller one than that, a little liner brush. Oh. This one might be better. It's a little bit smaller, not quite. I don't know. I did with that other one I had out. I think it was bigger too. It's over there. All right, and I'm going to use the green almost straight up, I think. It's more of a phthalo green. They say that it's a hooker's green light, but I see it being more of a phthalo green. And it's just the little green stitches in there. Just like you're stitching. And you know, this is almost too dark for me, but it's dark in there too, so maybe I'll just leave it. Now let's do this one. And I need a white out. I don't think they gave me a white here. I do have a white around here someplace. A tube of white. Maybe I'll get some this week. The koi might have a white in it, but I haven't opened those yet. And the reason I'm saying I need a white is because of these lighter greens. Almost a gray. In fact, I might make them gray. Let's see. This one. And you kind of let your brush strokes. Yeah, I drew those, so it would tell me where they are, but your brush strokes almost make the stitches. And now the center of these ovals are this green too. In here. And there's in here. And there. Now these are almost a gray color. Let's wash this brush out a little. See, that's almost, to me, they call it a hooker's green. To me, a hooker's green is more of an olive green, but what do I know? This is almost like a phthalo green to me. It's watered down, but that to me is almost a phthalo green. So what I might do is take some of this. That black is so strong. I might go into this, which is gray in here, where I've already watered it down, and take some of this green and put in there. But I need it really watery because I want it almost a wash. And I'm going to do this line, which is very black. I need it very watery. Get that wiped off a little. It's too black for me. And this is where I'd like to have my white. Because and these stitches in here are kind of a grayish green. If I can add any green in there. And these. Now I'm going to grab this brown that I was using, and I'm going to come in here and kind of work some of this in. In fact, I'm thinking about wetting that down and blotting it a little. Lift off some of that dark color in there. That's my big brush. Make it look, I don't want it too watered down, but I didn't want it so dark either. Move that down a little. Yeah, I kind of like that. Okay, now I want to take, and it's a brownish black again, maybe this in here, and do these stems. Yeah. And here. And there. And here. And in here. I'll go back to this greenish gray and fill this stuff in. It almost falls into, here it's because it's stitched. You know, it's very dimensional. All right, then I'm going to grab this. That's black. I want the green. And that's what this is. Green hue coming down this way. And in here. Alrighty, now I'm going back to my red over here. I'm going to make that a little bit darker pink if I can. This almost looks brown. Now, I'm not happy with it yet. I'm going to go to my pen work because I think it needs to be a little bit more defined. Those stitches are stitches. So they have a beginning and end almost where they go into the fabric. And this, if you could look at it close up, it's a textured in there. But I'm not sure I can, I'm just leaving it white. And let's bring these out a little bit more. And let's grab that brown again. I don't like it being so much white in there. Bring that. Well, that's actually the red going down. There's a red, kind of a purplish red, but see if I can. There's a red line coming down in here. Let's add some of this purple to it. Now, playing with it here. Yeah, let's wash this off. And I'm not happy with that. But I'm losing it here. Oh, I know what. It's these white, or not white, they're grayish color in here. This needs to be a darker gray. All right. Now let's do some more pen work here. And this, I don't know, this goes a little bit further than being a doodle, because I'm still calling it a doodle because I'm getting inspiration from this. But I could see stylizing this whole thing, not putting in all the color. This has come more into a watercolor sketch than a doodle. Let's see, I'm actually gonna put some little feather lines in here. Kind of feather these. And this comes out this way. The doodle part would probably just be drawing the flowers themselves. I've kind of carried it on because once I get going here, it's hard to stop. I'm pretty happy with it though. I'm pretty happy with it. It's not perfect. It's far from perfect. That's a little bit lighter than... All right, stop, Mary. So that's card 4. We're just going to stop there. I'll go back in and document all that stuff. It's what? 9 o'clock? We have one more card, and then I want to go to the Tree of Life one. I really get carried away on some of this stuff. The last one I think is fairly simple, if I remember right. Let me go grab it, and then I'll come out to chat. Let's get rid of that. Whoops. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Come over here. It's a 2-handled bowl, but I'm picking the design off of it. You copy it. Come into chat. And I have to go to the all messages again. All messages. And let's see what's going on. Trains are neat. Did somebody hear a train? Oh, did you hear the train go by? You hear them in the summer because, well, ever since we got central air, we keep the door closed because the air conditioner's on, so you don't hear them as much. You can hear them. But when we didn't have central air, you know, we turned that air conditioner on and off. And when you had it off, the door was open, so you could really hear the train whistle go by. That would make a good doodle. Let's see, man back then would have worn that, especially for the high class. Yes, Katia, especially over in France. Very decorative work over there. Well, some men, entertainers might wear something like that. You know, the movie stars might wear, if it wasn't too overdone, might wear something like that. But in 16 and 1700s in France, I could see men wearing that. Katia's right. Alike said that must have been some suit, and not sure a man would wear. A man today probably would not choose it off the rack. They go a little bit more simplistic than that. But some might, you know, some, especially the movie stars might wear something that, an entertainer. That would make a good doodle. Let's see. The finest display of handcraft was often displayed on clothing. Yeah. And it's so fun to look at these in the public domain. Karen K says, I love the sound of the train. I can't hear them. She says she can't hear them in the summer. Trains are neat, Allie K says. I always thought that trains have a lonely sound. And I must have picked that up as some movie, you know. I always, whenever I hear the sound of a train, I always feel this sense of loneliness. I don't know why. Must have picked it up from a movie. Somebody going away. Katia says, I'm looking at your doodle drawing, Meri, and I can see it done in tatting. You really just need to learn more on the techniques and understand how to apply it in your drawing. Yeah, I could see this being a ring. I'm not sure how I'd represent that in tatting unless we did little chains going out. We could do little chains. I could see maybe doing a chain out this way and then doing a chain back, but not hooking the two, maybe leaving a space underneath, carrying your thread over from the underneath. And of course, these would be rings in here. Maybe split rings. Unless you started up here and worked yourself way down. But if you started from here, it probably, and this, of course, this line in here would be chain stitches. These could be, now this is a twist here. You can't see it on my doodle, but if you look on there and expand it, this is kind of like a twisted cord on this side with a deep dark red thread running down beside it. But I don't have the colors to represent all of that, but I'm happy with the doodle. It's just something to play with. But I think I'm going to do the bumblebee for my design. I have to get to it if I'm going to do it or class will be over with. I got it. I'm designing it kind of in my head. I really enjoyed, I won't be there next week, but I really enjoyed watching her do that polar grid and showing how to make all those circles and arcs and everything and how to clone them. I enjoyed the last class. And let's see, let's go into the last one, which is the two-handled bowl. And I'm just picking, I think it's a pretty simple design, if I remember right. Let's go look at it. Yeah, see, it's pretty simple. But what I liked about this, it's kind of like a circle with open sides, and then it's got all those dots kind of forming a flower inside of it. And then it's got these lines coming out this way. And look what they're doing up here on the rim. And look what they've done, the texture in there. Of course, this is ceramic. Let's read about it. It's in the public domain. It's a two-handled bowl. Let's look at this side. Silver gilt, London, 1694. So that must be the back of it. It calls the bottom, it says silver gilt. So let's read about the bowl, though, because is it all silver? It might be silver. Let's read about it. Two-handled bowl. London, 1654 to 1655. It's British. Oh, it says it's silver gilt, which says to me it's kind of like a silver plated, maybe. It's metalwork, silver. So I'll be using the grays again. And then, there's not much text about the bowl itself. It's all the details. Sometimes you get a lot of text in there telling about it. But let's go down and look at what they have. Then they give publications here that you can read. Highlights of the collection of English and continental decorative arts, English and other silver in the Erwin Untermeyer collection. But these, you have to be careful. Let me go to one. They're not always in the public domain. See, on this picture, I don't see, and this is let's read it online. It may be in the public domain. No ebook available. Rent and save from the world's largest ebook store. Read. I don't know. I don't think you get the entire book here. You get the cover. Let's see what I have here. If I have that, but you get pictures in there, but I don't think these are in the public domain. So I'm not going to go any further. You have to be careful once you start going into this. As far as it says, this title is out of print, but it also says it was, the article is this English and other silver in the Erwin Untermeyer collection. The article itself that it's referencing here is dated 1969. The article is this. So it says read online. It says recently published. So you have to be kind of careful when you get into this stuff. I don't think I would do anything with this, but that's the publications, the museum publications. And then you can go into other links from here. I'm not going to. And then down at the bottom, it shows other silverware. Look at that. That looks like it's a plate. Yeah, it is a plate. Now, these might be in the public domain. A vase, 1655 to 76. This certainly is in the public domain. And they're not all silver. These are obviously gold-plated. Whoops, let me go back one. But you can tell they're in the public domain because they say so right underneath the picture. So I'm gonna save this off. And what I'm interested in is the image on there. And when I save it off into my own library, I can move this stuff around without it floating around on my page. I'm interested in this area right in here. But I don't think I'm going to do that big circle. I'm interested more in this area. This appeals to me. I might close up that circle. I don't know. I kind of like it a half. So I might just do something like that and do these swishes out and look at, well, let me swipe this. Because when I swipe it again, I can expand it even closer in. Look at how it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dots with a dot in the middle, and then it's got little tiny dots on each side. Now I could see this being tatted. In fact, it's in a circular. We could almost do this on a polar grid. We could almost do this one on a polar grid because it's the circles there around a circle, and then it's got tiny circles in there. I know these could be rings, but I know there are double rings, but I don't know, is there any type of tatted, this is going to Katia because she knows more than I do about tatting. Any way that I could tat this? I know when you close up a ring, you generally, let's say this is my tatted ring here, generally you have a space in there. But is there, I suppose you could just do a double stitch and just, spiral it around to make those dots. Maybe call my finger the double stitching and just spiral it around a spiral. And then the smaller ones, you just wouldn't spiral as much, maybe just one around. So I could see this very much be, in fact, I could almost see an insect. If you brought these, now this is not my bee. This isn't how I'm thinking of the bee, but I could almost see this as an insect body in here. And look, these could be chain stitches going out with something on the end here. It could almost be a Jacobian stitch. I'm talking to Katia. Of course, Jacobians are twisted, but have a head here and maybe a smaller something in here for the tail. This could almost become an insect, and these could almost be the wings. Here, I see either an insect or a bird, a top-down view of a bird. You could see a lot of things, but this one kind of appeals to me. This area in here kind of appeals to me, and it's not a hard it's not a hard doodle to do. Whoops, I closed it instead of opening it. You could let your imagination flow on this. Now, my circles are not gonna, this is where you'd want to clone them. They're not going to be all the same size, but there's one up here and one below, sort of, and one off to the side here, and one off to the side here, and one off to the side here, and one off to the side here. And then there's the smaller circles around, and they kind of come up above the larger circles in between, like this. Katia, if you're still listening, you'll have to tell Susan that you're trying to get Meri to thank Taddy when she does all these doodles. All right, and then it has, and I think I'm going to put it in well, this part I know I'm going to put in, this here, and it's a dark line. I'll come back with my dark line, and then again, and this is more circular. Mine's certainly not circular, but I'm just sketching, I'm doodling like this. And of course there's more space down here. I got mine too close to there's more space in here than what I have. In fact, I think I'm gonna, because it's so simple, I'm gonna do this again. Now that I understand it a little better, we'll just get it done. Like that, and that. Sort of. And then there's these smaller circles around in here. And then this, what I was saying, is more space. So I have to, in fact, this is not centered like I needed it to be, but I need more space in there. And of course, I've closed up my side, so I guess I will close it up. Really, it has an opening on each side, but I forgot and closed it up. Oops. This is where you do these 2 or 3 times, you learn. And maybe I'll just leave this thin and put in a black thick line in there. I'm going to do a real thin one there. And then we're going to bring this up this way and like this and down like that. This comes down a little bit more. And it's not centered. Oops. And something like that. It's not perfect. Certainly not perfect. But what's really fun are these swishes coming out this way, and they get thicker. They're strokes is what they are, and it's hard to represent a stroke with a pen. They kind of they get thick at the bottom and kind of get thinner. And I've already got too many in there, but I'm doodling. Something like that. And if I did this several times, I would get it. See how curved they are down here? They kind of swoosh down like, kind of curves more like that. They're very elegant. You can tell whoever painted this went, shoop, shoop, shoop. They didn't try to draw it. They just stroked these in. And that's part of what adds to the beauty of this. They just kind of did their strokes. And then, of course, let me go out to the, let me go out to the internet one and see the bottom of the bowl. This comes around, the bottom of the bowl comes around like this. So I'm going to put a, well, maybe not that curved. And then the rim, there's a rim up there. Actually, I might take that rim and put it down here because I have the space, just because I want to get that shape in there. We'll put the rim down at the bottom. And what I'm looking at is this. They kind of have an oval, a long oval with 2 dots like that, and a kind of a long cylinder shape. That's what I'm saying. Not an oval, it's more of a cylinder shape. Like that, and then 2 dots. And you can do this when you doodle because you're not really trying to represent. I kind of like it down there. In fact, I almost want to carry it up in here. But we'll leave it because I need to move on. So let's get out my black. Where is it? My big black marker. Where'd you go? Oh, it's up here. Almost flew away on me. So once you start coloring these in, oops, that's not a very good circle. Now this does want me to, yeah, and I'm sure it's been done. Do the double stitch and just swirl it around, because the double stitch is curves almost naturally on its own, but just keep going and make a swirl out of it, a closed circle. I'm liking that. And then this line, of course, is very dark here, and I'm going to leave these 2 sidelines light. I got them in there by mistake. Well, I put one in by mistake, so I put the other one in intentionally. But I'm going to make this very dark, and I'm going to make this very dark. Up to about to there. And then these lines are dark in here. Now this to me is more doodly than what that men's embroidery. These I almost got painterly on it. This is a doodly, and this of course is architecture. This is more illustrative, and that could be doodly. I enjoy doing this. You know, I think once a week doing this, it's good practice. It gets you out there, because I don't get to the museums. When I was in college, we had Jocelyn Museum in Omaha, and we had the Sheldon Art Gallery that we could go look at. Of course, they had some nice art, some famous art in there. Jocelyn really did. But I don't get to those places because I'm out in the boondocks, and so I appreciate what the museums are doing with their showing even the ones that are not in the public domain. Now these lines are very vivid dark. I'm going to kind of put these in dark but not emphasize them as much. These I've got, I'm kind of making them thicker lines. But this is silver, so I don't think I want to gray all this out. I might gray in there, and I'm going to put these in with my watercolor strokes in here, I think. I've got black. Let's see what I can do. I didn't empty that yet. Let's go to this tiny brush that I had. This one. And let's try it on my swatch card first. See if I can do some strokes here. Because I do have the black. I have a lot of black out. And so they kind of, I think they start at the top and stroke down like that. Kind of start at the top and stroke down. So, and I suppose if you do this all the time, and this is probably a glaze, you probably get pretty good at stroking. Now here, it looks like they might have even turned this around. I would have if I was working on it. And you start doing this type of thing. You get the thick one and then pull it down. Well, maybe even a little thicker than that. And the center one just kind of, well, maybe a little strokey in there. I think I'm messing these up. Kind of like that, though. I like that. So let's see. I drew those. So let's see if I can enhance my drawings. So I'm going to start here. I'm going to give it a blob, and then I'm going to pull it down. I'm going to give it a blob and pull it down. Whoops, that one kind of went crooked. But I think the point is not to overwork it. And kind of give it a head and pull it down. Well, I got my drawings in there. I probably shouldn't have tried to draw them. But that's okay. It's not too bad. And when my brush gets dry, you really want a wet brush to do this. And the other thing to do is maybe start thick and go thin. Well, that one wasn't so good. Like I said, I don't sit and do this all day, so. I'm going to leave it at that. I kind of like that, but I see I didn't get all my dots colored in. And let's just play with this a little. Make my brush wetter here. And make some big, thick black lines since I have it. It's easier to do that with paint, I think, than the marker, because the marker, I have to go over it several times. If I load up my brush, I can do one smooth line down. The marker, because the marker just makes a line. And the brush, I kind of pull that paint down. I'm not really happy with my strokes in there because I got my pen lines, but I'm going to leave it. And let's do this. So the more you play with this, sometimes the better it looks. Except for I'm not happy with my strokes, but it is what it is. Now, let's see if I can. I don't want big dark lines, but I do want to. I don't want to put my hand in it. I want to do this. Now, this wasn't at the bottom. This was really at the top. And I'm kind of sketching it here where I really want a line. And then it has, and I'm going to have to go back in and do the, well, I might be able to do dots. Let's see if I can do some dots here. Not very well, but get my dots in there. All right, I think I'm happy with it. I kind of like that as a design. I think I could play with it more. It's fun to do. Let's get my brush washed off here because I got a lot of color on this. Now I guess I got it pretty clean. So that is the 5th one. I didn't write on the back of it. I think I can turn it upside down. Well, no, it's pretty wet. I'll write on it later. What I want to do, let's go out to my community tab. Let's get rid of this, get rid of that, get rid of this. And I'm going to go to my community tab. I'm going to go back out of chat, come down here and hit my channel. And I'm going out to my YouTube channel and I'm going to go over to my community tab. And this was the post where I just posted them yesterday, I think. This was week 4. Whoops. I want to do the read more. And down here is the tree of life. And we did this. I'm going to open it. We did this one last week, but look at all of the, and whoops. Let me bring it down again because it's going to zoom around on me. Save image. Open. Gallery. All right. It's got, I did that peacock last week, but look at all the little animals on here. I'm just enamored with all the animals. There's a gold bird up there. There's, of course, some florals. There's a butterfly. There's a pretty floral. There's a interesting bird here. It looks like a pheasant, maybe. There's another butterfly there, another there. Here's the unicorn. Wouldn't it be fun to do the unicorn? There's a fish taking a drink of water from the fountain there. And there's a bird eating a fish here, another fish there. There's a goat and a dog. There's the peacock that we did. It's a white peacock. And there's some floral going on up here. There's another bird. I think that's a phoenix. I think it looks to me like it might be a phoenix, only it's blue instead of red. Another bird. There's floral in here. And this is a tapestry. And if you could expand this more, you would see all those little stitches in there. Here's a squirrel, all sorts of leaves. Here's a camel, a swan. So this tree of life just fascinates me. Here's a monstrous looking fish over here. It might be a water dragon or something. He's a little bit more of a weird fish. He's got a monster head. Here's a deer, a buck with the antlers. Whoops. Oh, it's on the deer. There's another bird. All these animals. There's a very pretty bird in here. Interesting florals on here. There's another bird. And look at way up here. You can hardly see it. There's stars and a half moon with a half moon or 3/4 moon with a face in it, a man in the moon. And I think these are representing clouds up here, all the swirls. It's just a fascinating piece to look at. And how they stitched this is, let's go read about it. Let's go back out to the internet and read about it. It's called The Tree of Life. It's British. And if you, it's in the public domain. See, there's the open access. And I think they have another view of it here. Let's see what they got. It's another view of it, or it almost looks the same. Look at, they got the sun up there. I think these are clouds. They got the sun there, and over here they got the moon with the man's face in it and the stars. But I wanted to read about it here. Let me squeeze my. It is. Let's read about it here. This unique image of a miraculous tree bearing multiple species of fruits and vegetables can be identified as the biblical tree of life, a multi-fruiting tree as described in the book of Revelation. So they picked they based this. I didn't realize that it was based off of biblical, but you know, that was in that time frame. They did a lot of biblical artwork. God bearing 12 types of fruit that ripen during every month of the year. The association with the tree of life in Revelation is reinforced by the curling grapevine wrapped around the trunk of the tree, which is symbolic of the Passion of Christ. So I didn't realize that all that referred to that. I knew that the tree of life, well, you know, the tree of life and the tree of good and evil, or the knowledge of good and evil. I kind of associated with that, not with anything going on in Revelation. The addition of the numerous animals and the presence of both the sun and the moon refer to the abundance of the Garden of Eden in the book of Genesis, where I thought probably this was centered. That when I first saw this, I thought of the Garden of Eden. But I loved all the little animals. It's a tree of life. It's done in the 17th century British. It's canvas worked with silk thread. Now, knowing what K3N Cloth Tales has said, she even shows, he said, when you do needlework, you want your needle to flow through that fabric, you know, and she was talking about how, you know, sometimes when you work on a stiffer fabric like canvas, you have to have a pretty sharp needle. So I wonder how sharp their needles were. The medium is canvas worked with silk thread, tent. I don't know what TNT means here as far as, and gobelin, Gobelin, and couching stitches. Oh, tent must mean one of the stitches. And it's credited to the gift of Erwin Undermeyer collection, 1964. And then they give a timeline of history, the materials and techniques of, these are articles you can read, essays, the materials and techniques of English embroidery of the late Tudor and Stuart eras. Wouldn't that be interesting to go out and study that for slow stitch? There's a museum publication there, and I'm coming down here and you get into these tapestries here where I say there's so much going on. I mean, you could just, these must be fascinating to see in real life. These pictures just fascinate me looking at them digitally. All the color. Now I see a lot of green going on in here. Greens and golds. Let's look at this. This is obviously a throne, but look what's on the wall. Look, there's a knight. Knight in shining armor there on his horse. Where'd the horse go, though? Is he on a horse? He's seated on some kind of a winged creature. It's got wings. Is that a bird? Is that a bird head? I'm not sure what he's seated on there. But look, can you see border in there? Can you see a border? That's on the throne. Excuse me, I moved it. That's on the throne. That would make a nice doodle. So that's what's so fun about going out and looking at these images. This would make a really nice doodle in here, a border doodle. I'm not going to do it. I want to go back to the Tree of Life. And let's go back to my gallery because I'm bopping around there. So let's pick, what time is it? Oh, it's 9:45. Well, I guess I'll wait to do something because I won't get it done in 15 minutes. Maybe I'll do it again Sunday night, next Sunday night. Come back out to this. And I tell you, the unicorn fascinates me, and the goat. Look at that goat. Let's swipe him. Let's look at the goat. Isn't he cute? Isn't that goat cute? He looks like a goat too. How they represented his goat hair and his horns and his little goat mustache beard coming down there. And his hoofs are very well done. This is done on silk. Have any of you ever embroidered in silk? I've never really, I can't afford silk. It's fascinating. So let's see here. I got some time. Let me come back out to my YouTube and see what's going on YouTube. Got to find me first here. I like doing these doodles. I love going out to the public domain libraries. And I'm not always going to do them from the Met, though. I'm going to pick some other public domain work out there. But right now, because I'm so familiar with the Met, it's what I'm using. Let's skip that. Am I in? Yeah, this is where I'm. Now. And let's go to my chat. Whoops, I didn't want to like. I want to go into live and reset my chat here to all messages and see. Katia says, you just need to write your ideas down. The swirl ring is a Catherine wheel ring. Oh, I heard, thank you, Katia. I heard you guys talk about the Catherine wheel. And, you know, I'm just learning so much. I'm learning so much, Katia, that I don't get it all written down. I'm going to remember that, though. The swirl ring is a Catherine wheel ring. Now, I could see closing those swirls here, doing Catherine wheel rings in there with black. And I could see these being double stitches. And honestly, I could see this being converted into some sort of an insect, and this being these converted into wings, and make a head in here, maybe a larger Catherine wheel. And then the tail would probably be thinner up in here. We could do an insect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Some insects have 6 legs, but maybe make them a little more shaped, you know, a little more with angles in there. And I was fascinated when I'm talking to Katia now. Our instructor showed the zigzag stitch. And I've heard of it before, but I've never really seen it close up. And she was showing her zigzag stitch. And I got to learn how to do that. There's just so much to learn. You think tatting, you hear that the only stitch you really need to learn is a double stitch, but there's so much to it, and there's just so much. It just fascinating me. I've been at it for a year now, and I'm just trying to absorb all this in. So the onion ring is also that ring. Yeah, the onion ring. Yeah, I understand that the onion ring is what we're doing now. I could see some of this being the onion ring on this, but I see the onion ring being more, of course, it would just be a petal of the onion ring, which is kind of what I'm going to do for my bee. But I'm getting it down. She says, I have to try sketching from that tree of life. Yeah. Grab that link because I'm going to try to do that. Maybe I'll do it first Sunday night, and maybe next Sunday night we'll only do doodles from, because then I won't have to, because I'm going to be so busy next week. And maybe we'll only do doodles off of the tree of life next week, because I could see there's there's at least 5 animals. Then there's all the leaves and the fruits and the vines and the sun and the moon and the clouds. The onion ring, also that is a ring in a ring. Yes, Katia's telling me. There's Mina. Insects have 6 legs, 3 on each side. The order of spiders have 8 legs. I can't pronounce that word. Arachnids? Well, I'm going to call them spider legs. Yeah. Now, this was a design off of a silver bowl. This was not meant to be an insect. So I just kind of followed what they had here. And they had this design. This is a design off of a silver-plated bowl. But it attracted me with all of these dots. And hi, Mina. It's good to see you. And yeah, if I could put another swish in there, it could almost be an insect. Well, this one has 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one's missing a leg. Hi, Lucia. And Nina. Arachnids. Arachnids? As in arachnids. Arachnids. Thank you, Mina. I love it when you guys spell out the phonetics for me. There's a lot of foreign words in that library. Let's see, what else is going on? Karen says she's going to have to try sketching from that tree of life. Do that, Karen. And it's good to see you in here, Karen. There you go, Mary. You're thinking as a tatting designer. That double type ring you're talking about is called an onion ring. Yeah, the onion ring is what we're doing now on our hat. And it's called a rose medallion, but it's formed up of the onion ring. I like doing that. The only part, and I'm getting used to doing the little tiny Picasso between the double stitches, and I'm doing okay on it. I'm still practicing. I won't say they're perfect, but I'm working on it. But I have to learn that chain stitch yet. A chain, split chain. All right, what else? Katia says, see, Mary, you just need to look at the doodle and see what you can do with tatting. Yeah. Katia says, I'm looking at your doodle drawing, Mary, and I can see it done in tatting. You really need just to learn the techniques and understand them to apply it to your drawing. And that's kind of what Susan is showing in her class, because you can see a lot of tat. Now, maybe this, but certainly I could see some of these done with tatting. This one I'd have to think of. This one I could see because we discussed that. That's architectural. So these are my doodles from tonight. I did 5 of them. What time is it? It's almost 10 o'clock. Let me finish. Train. We're talking about the trains. And here's where Katia said the finest displays of handcraft was often display on clothing. I just got a few minutes, but let's go back out. Let me get back into my, whoops, not that. Let's go back to my YouTube channel. I got out of it. And what I actually want to go to is not on YouTube. It's scrolled by. Let's go to my notes. And let's go back out. And I don't know if I'll see any right away. But not next week. We're going to do the Tree of Life. And I don't know. I don't remember seeing any. I want to do the dresses. I've done that before. I'm going to get rid of this because it's in my way. See if I can just scroll down through here fast and pick out a... Well, here, instead of doing that, let's search for it. Because we can... It says filter by object type and material. Now, I don't think it has dress per se, but it has costume. It has books and bottles and bowls. Let's get rid of my canvas, ceramics, chalk, clay, costume. But I don't think it has dresses. See, it goes dishes, drawings, and drinking. it might have, I see anything in here that refers to dresses. Jewelry, leather. I think we have to go to costume. But I noticed as I'm scrolling through, sometimes I see those dresses that I don't see when I filter it by let's filter this by costume. Go back up to costume. It has 17,455 public domain costumes. And I was thinking it'd be fun. Now this is a Dickie. I think, but see, they put other stuff. I guess a spur could be a part of a costume. Here's whatever a joyous rain is. I think it's a fan. But I'm more interested in colonial. Here's some stockings. Look at the fireman's helmet. If you were a fireman, would you wear that as a helmet? Let's go back up to it. It got away from me. Would you wear that? A fireman? It must be a costume for a parade or something. There's some trousers. But I'm thinking more the colonial dresses and the Civil War era. There's a chatelaine. Ooh, that's kind of cool. There's a ring. That's a priest robe. So I want to do one segment on a Sunday night where we're only looking at dress. But I'm not seeing. See, I'm seeing costumes. I'm not seeing. Look at that. Look at this headdress. Isn't that awesome? Now this is a cloak. This is getting closer to what I want to do. And I did this last year. So you kind of have to, let's see, let's tap on this and see if they show any other down below. Oh yeah, see, stuff like this. This is what I'm looking for. Well, of course I'm online. A dinner dress. Type this. This would be very fun to do. And this, you could make it a doodle, but it's more of a watercolor sketch. See these type of dresses? Wouldn't it be fun to do some of these? This one be very fun, and it be very simple to do because it doesn't have a lot of pattern in there. The pattern just comes from the lace going down, but it's very kind of a pleated type skirt area. Let's see what else. Look at this one. Isn't that awesome? Look at how that, now I think she's got a lace, her lace collar is a very triangular there. I'd love to see the back of that. Look at that. And isn't that interesting? It almost looks like a big old butterfly shape there. And look at those big puffy sleeves. And the up here, they're puffy, and then they get very narrow around this part of her arm. I'm going to click on this one and see if it shows the back of it. Yeah, it shows different views here. This is a side view of it. Look, she's got a bonnet on with it. Look at that bonnet. Look at that hat. How fuzzy it is up there. And I almost see the back, the collar doesn't look as pointed here, but I'll bet it is. I want to see how this dress looks in the back. Let's see if they give a back view. That's a side view. Oh, here's three ladies sitting together. Oh, I'd love to sketch that. And they all have headdresses. Well, these are mannequins. But look at these. Aren't these fun? And look at the lace on her down in here. Of course, it fades out as I... And look, it's plaid. So we know plaid. This is in public domain. I'd like to know the date on that. I'm looking for a back. Here is a back view, I think. No, that's still a front view. Look, she's got him with the gentleman here. I just love that. I love it. I want to see if I can find a back view. I don't see a back. This is a different dress. I don't see a back view. I'd love to see the back of this dress. I don't see a back view of it. And it is probably after 10, just a little after, what, 10 after? It's 10 o'clock. And these are all in the public domain. The 1830 silhouette was created by a corseted raised waistline. Here, a bell-shaped skirt reveals the lower ankle. By the late 1830s, the gigot sleeve was collapsed at the sleeve cap, but in this case, it's detached. Oh, all these words, P-E-L-E-R-I-N-E, pelerine or caplet sustained the broad triangular shoulder line. And that's what attracts me to this, was this broad triangular shoulder. It almost looks, you know, it's very, very triangular. Very interesting shape of a dress. All right, so let me come back to chat. Look at that. I just love this cape. I love that. I would wear that today. I'd wear that in today's world. I could see somebody like in New York City or even Chicago wearing that. I don't know if I would wear it in Harvard, Nebraska. I might. I think that's pretty cool. But you know, I'm too old to wear these things. But let's look at the other view. Here's the back of it. It's kind of really cool. I really do like it. Let's look at the front again. That has a pretty wide collar. But in the back, it just has this. Wait, does it have it doesn't have that cape shape on the back. It just has the little collar on the back. In the back, this is the back of it. But in the front of it, it has that cape. So this part does not extend to the back. How would that work? That's interesting. Because it comes down the shoulder here, you would almost think that it just goes over the shoulder and there's nothing on the back with the cape, the little collar on here. And on the back, it's just this little rounded collar. Very interesting piece. All right, let me go back out to chat because it's getting late. Except my chat disappeared. Chat. All messages. Katria says, I'm just making you practice what you learn in design class with Sue, Mary. Yes, you are. And I love it. A half caplet sewn at the shoulder seams. So you must know about that, Katia. I've never seen that before where the little, you called it a caplet. I would almost think that would extend to the back, but it doesn't. She's just calling it a half caplet. All right. Well, I think I'm all caught up with chat, and it's 3 after 10. I had a lot of fun doing these. I need to document them, and I need to number them. So I'm going to try to get that done. In February, I think we're going to do, well, next week I wanted to do the Tree of Life. See, I need to do this 3 times a week, but if you get very bored, five a week is enough. But boy, I want to do the Tree of Life. I want to do the dresses. I want to do. But these are the ones I actually kind of liking these. These two, I'm liking them in this order, like this. This one I like it, but it's not my favorite. So what am I going to put for my thumbnail? I can only get 2, I think, on my thumbnail. And I think I'll go with those 2, my architectural ones. And I didn't get to my watercolor tonight, but we did use watercolor on these. So thank you, guys. Are you guys seeing these? I'm zoomed in. I'm off my red dot here. Let me get on my red dot on my tablet. There, yeah, you're seeing them. Look at that line going across there. It almost is distracting, but that's the way it is. This is a zoomed in off of a stained glass window. And it's kind of a light green in there. It's a very neutral stained glass. So, on my tablet, I'm only where Janet said goodnight. See, I have to my tablet does not keep up. It does not scroll. Oh, let's see. Where am I at now? Let me refresh my chat to find out where I'm at. Hold on. Let me go to my chat filter. Chat filter, top messages, chat filter, all messages. Okay, because I was way up. My tablet chat does not scroll. Okay, everybody, if you did more drawings a week, Kitty Jen says, what? No, we wouldn't get bored, Mary, if you did more drawings a week. Really? Good night, Sharon. I didn't know you were out there, Sharon Marlowe. Hi and good night. I goofed last Friday night, or last, it was Friday night. I was giving I was thinking it was Sunday night at the end, so I gave all the streams coming up for Monday on Friday. But don't forget, Dee Dee comes on tomorrow at 8:30 Eastern. Janet Nash comes on at 9 Eastern. Janet Young comes on, I think, at 1 p.m. Eastern. It might be 12, but I get that mixed up. I haven't straightened it out yet. Lisa My Eclectic Live, if she streams, she comes on at 1:30 Central. Always look for Art Junkie. I don't think she does a stream on Monday, but I think she puts out a video. Let's see. And Barb Owen at 6 p.m. And I want to say Eastern, but it could be Central because Barb's in Missouri. But look for her around that time. And I will be back Tuesday morning. Don't forget, February the 4th is the sale that we're having to, we'll just call it Janet's sale, the one that Malia and Shelley are sponsoring. February 4th at 12 p.m. on Shelley's channel, Crafting Mamas. And February 7th is Raul and Susan's zine collab premieres. So have a great week, everybody. I will see you Tuesday morning. Good night, everybody. Good night, Sharon Lombard. I didn't even know you were still out there. All right. Good night, everybody. Have a great week.